Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. My name is Gatis Krūmiņš. I'm senior researcher at Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences, Latvia, city of Valmiera. And it is my pleasure to open this conference. I'm a member of our committee of this conference. Open conference, imagine the community, role of disinformation in Soviet and Russian policy. When we started to think about this conference, it was more than half of a year ago, and it was before this second phase of war in Ukraine. But now we understand that it was a very right decision to speak about that. I hope we will have very interesting and useful conference for our professional needs and, of course, to show what is important if we look to all our society, to public. And now I am honored to give a floor for opening speech. And first opening speech, His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Justice of Latvia Republic, Jānis Bordants. He is currently on a governmental visit in America, so speech will be in video format. Please.
Honorable participants of the conference, in 2019, Alexei Arestovich, advisor to President Zelensky, indicated that the possibility of Russia invading Ukraine is 99% and it will take place from 2020 to 2022. He based his statements on the Russian rhetoric and analysis of disinformation. Also in Latvia, we have our own Arestovich who sees threat via the cover of the Kremlin. Thanks God, we have the power to stop it and to protect our fatherland. Therefore, I'm very glad to see you at this conference. I'm happy to see that there are so many people who do care, who have invested their work, time, energy, and knowledge to fight against the lies coming from the East. We at the Ministry of Justice planned this conference in the last autumn. At that time, close to nobody thought that on the 24th February will happen what happened. Now we see what's the result of spreading lies and disinformation. Now, after the 24th February, this conference is even more important. The Russian invasion in Ukraine, military aggression in Ukraine has been going on now. Latvia was also occupied for 50 years. In both cases, the main ideological weapon of the aggressor has been disinformation. Disinformation and fight against disinformation, that's a fight for truth. Disinformation has various goals and demonstrations like impacting and destabilizing democracy processes. I would like to emphasize that disinformation is very dangerous to democratic values. Therefore, I'm honored to address participants of this conference today. Our today's task is to find solutions to reduce impact of disinformation on future. The enemy is using a classic scheme. It loudly pronounces half-truths and then a part of society agrees to it and then propaganda goes on. For instance, responding to various pride movements and other matters in the Western world, Russia announces that the rotten West and a part of conservative Latvian society could even agree to this in this particular aspect. And then they present themselves as the ones protecting these values, often protecting Christian values. And then the war rhetoric is expanded about the savings they have to perform. And war and aggression is presented as a saving action. Actually, both the USSR and the current Russian politics is using the same methods. and disinformation is disseminated on the global scale, also in Latvia. Disinformation is seen in the media space. There is no evidence presented. For instance, people who are dangerous to Russia are compromised in the public space. This refers to the Latvian leaders who cannot be recruited, who cannot be frightened. This is what happened with Egils Levits. This is what happened with Jūta Strīķe. In practice, it is that the biggest enemies are shown like stupid people, and friends are presented in the light of being good people, good masters. Blackmailing information is being spread so that society wouldn't believe, wouldn't trust their state. Speaking about the public values, unfortunately, the consequences of the Soviet occupation can be seen long term. Even now, 30 years after restoration of the independence, we still have to solve matters related to the Soviet regime. I would say, do not be afraid. What I expect from this conference is particular ideas, proposals, and so that we can fight against the lies distributed and organized by Russia. And what's most important, I hope that this conference will serve for us people who do care, who are prepared to work, are united. I wish you a very good conference today, and good discussions of necessary steps to minimize the impact of disinformation to the society.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, next speech, Her Excellency, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Latvia, Saima, Dagmāra Beitnere-Lagalle. Please.
Good morning, honorable participants of the conference, excellencies. Thank you for your participation. I would like to express gratitude and thank you for this opportunity to speak in this great conference. As the Minister of Justice stated, the foundation of the democratic country is justice, human rights, and freedom of speech. And today's conference is devoted to communication and information. And the formed types of communication are used to achieve authoritarian and totalitarian goals. 30 years have passed, and like the minister said, and we all remember that it's been 30 years since Latvia has regained its independence. And we also remember words of our politician Andrievs Niedra a century ago. He is saying that it is dangerous for Latvia to be next to this totalitarian country, Russia. And he also mentioned the word anachronic, that it's a situation which doesn't fit with the time. And we see it also today, that living next to having borders with a totalitarian country, this is dangerous. And we hear those words in the background of all these threats, and we need to think, and we tend to think about our ability, Latvia's ability to fight against, and also not only ability of Latvia, but also ability of Europe. We are fighting today this intellectual war. Today you don't need tanks or something else to destroy a democratic country. It's like it was stated, Ukraine already before this war experienced a disinformation war. As a sociologist, I would like to remind that the society and community, this is all about communication. All the structures, all the institutions, this is a result of communication. And we experienced it especially brightly in the age of information technologies, where we are joined together in a united network. Information and technology age is reducing borders and also making them influenceable. And of course, we have to be aware aware that the border of the state starts in the head of each of its citizen. Today's task is to look at the history and also today see how the aggressor's behavior has changed, and in order to have a war and to subject some country, first of all, they have to influence the spirit of the people. And subjecting a country, it means to destroy intellectual elite. It means also to destroy the understanding and self-determining abilities of the country. I would also refer the Andres Ilarionov his ideas and what he has concluded, and it's the same as we say that disinformation and hybrid war was used against the Baltic states already in 1940. So we have to remember that situation in Latvia started already in 1939 when there were agreements about military bases of Russia concluded. Disinformation is known in the history already from the Genghis Khan. Before his army arrived to any of the territory, first of all, he sent the messengers, the specialists of black PR, who were telling to all the people around how strong is the army of Genghis Khan, that it's no worth to try fighting against them. And this power of speech was paralyzing, and it destroyed the energy of opposition. In today's conference, we are using the constructivism theory, which intellectually describes invisible processes in the society, how this idea of unity is created. And Anderson's theory is usually used describing creation of new nations in the 19th century. But in my speech, I would like to use the Mrs. Thompson, Polish writer's ideas, and also ideas of Russian architects during Perestroika. They were explaining how the Russian mentality is created and how this construct of self-awareness is made in Russia. And they are saying it was created in the 15th century when Muscovian Tatarians separated from Mongolians, and they formulated themselves as idiocratic country. And this term appears in sociologists' research. Idiocratic means, in the case of Russia, it means that Russia is itself is an idea, and it is behind everything, all the conquering activities. And I would like to point to 5 historic levels which also resonate in today's society. So first, ideas and presence of ideas started with Moscow as a third Rome. After falling Rome, the Byzantium took over, and Moscow was thought to be the third Rome. I would also say that it was formulated during Ivan the Terrible and Romano dynasty in Russia. They were kind of portrayed that they came from Rome. And also during the time of Peter I, when the Russian Empire was created and the territory was increased significantly, and at the end of the 19th century, it was already 1/6 of the land of the planet. And so that's why I would like to refer to the book Imperial Knowledge and Literature by Emma Thompson, which is one of the most hated books in Russia right now. And in this book, she explains that Western intellectual tradition was never considered, has never considered Russia as colonial country, because Western tradition considered these countries over the sea as colonial countries, and Russia freely were doing their expansion with conquering and diplomatic steps and many other ways. They were conquering and taking more and more territories, and also they were strictly protecting the idea which was already mentioned today. And this policy of expansion attention was explained by outstanding Russian literature. Also, Western intellectuals are very often making references and adoring this literature. And so Eva Thompson is in her book showing how this great Russian literature is destroying Ukrainian country. So the third idiocratic ideas of Russia, and their slogan was talking about these different levels at society. They were trying to start the world revolution by any means, and they didn't succeed in Potionów in Poland in 1920 and also before that, but the civil war situation in Spain was also a failure. Actually, it was initiated by Russia. Also, preparation of Nazi army was done in the Soviet Union, and also the World War II didn't provide all the expected situation. Let us remember that in Russian coat of or Soviet coat of arms there was whole world, so they were hoping to have the victory of communism in the whole world. So this is a fourth level, to have a victory of communism in the whole world. And symbolically, in the former coat of arms of Soviet Union, there was a whole globe, and it is a threat to the whole world, which continues also today. Communism is inevitable. They are considering that communism is inevitable future for the humanity. And a couple of ideas we can also read in Mr. Marx' writings. He actually lived quite a capitalistic life, and he didn't want to get into that communism. And also historian Afanasievs was speaking the same, that is in line with this black PR. And he was saying that Russia is today's Genghis Khan. They are continuing the conquerings like he did, like Genghis Khan did, and they are repeating the same model. They are expanding and expanding existentially their territory. And referring to Nord's theory, that how the state develops or do not develops, there are two dimensions, the dimension of time and space. And he's saying that Russia all the time has developed extensively in the space, and it has never been able to implement reforms because time was destroyed by space. So the space kind of swallowed this time. And after fall of Soviet regime, the elite changed, which continues the fifth level, and this is called Russian world. For Vladimir Putin, there are no borders. There are just Russian-speaking people. I also speak Russian, and Putin might also want to set me free. So not only those who are ethnical Russians, but all descendants who have ever lived in the territory of the Russian Empire, to all of them he is spreading the idea that they have to be set free and they have to be united with a great empire. So he is now implementing the Great Eurasia Project. And we can see that also today the power of the fifth power is increasing. This is power of social networking sites, because the fourth power, mass media, this is already losing its influence. But social networking sites are used by Russia a lot, doing cyber attacks and many other things our country is experiencing also today. Honorable members of the conference, those who are watching us online and also in presence. Ladies and gentlemen, today's methods are even more intricate and even more developed. They are aimed not only to bribe the local leaders. It is very, very hard in this age of information to recognize disinformation, because very often quite a lot of truth is mixed together with lies, and this is also what we experienced here on the 9th and 10th of May. And disinformation wants to have its doctrine in the minds of people. And I would like to also paraphrase what was said in Carl Gustav Jung's research, where he speaks about how the public, how the community and society gets inspired by some ideas talking about Nazi. And our poets speak about possibilities to have these winds of freedom. And I hope very much that today's conference will give an explanation to culture and society. And I would like to remind you that culture and society exists through reminder. So I wish you to have a successful conference. I have to leave the conference, unfortunately, because I have to return to the parliament, but thank you for your attention. No, yeah.
And now, the chairman of the commission to determine the number of victims and location of most graves, collect information regarding repressions and mass deportations of Latvian citizens, and calculate costs incurred of the Latvian state as a result of the USSR totalitarian communist occupation regime. Chairman of this commission, Mr. Edmund Stankiewicz, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, colleagues, I'm very glad to see all of you in this conference today, and I hope this conference will provide good benefit to all of us, because the issue of disinformation has become particularly topical lately as we watch the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Since the very beginnings, 2005, our Commission has faced disinformation and also lies about our work. And we can see that this disinformation has actually been taken over from the USSR to the Russian mass media and now also social networks. In the work of our Commission, we have experienced and we have revealed that the very occupation of Latvia started with disinformation, that there's been socialistic revolution in Latvia, that there's been a communist movement in Latvia, which in 1940 gained power in Latvia. We have seen also disinformation about the elections of the Parliament of Latvia when Latvia was. There was different lies about Latvia's economic situation before the war, because we have found that Latvia was among the most progressive countries from the point of view of economics. However, the enforced method of the Soviet regime actually led to the consequences we still feel today. Also, the work of the Commission, the very process of this work has experienced many lies about it, about its necessity. There were some statements that there will be no result for the Commission work, that it's just an imitation simulation of work. And analogical mechanisms were established in Russia. They also estimated the damage caused to Russia in turn, as Russia had to take care of Latvia, of Latvian economics. It seems very strange, because what we have found is that the USSR invested in Latvia and gained a lot of profit from these investments. The Commission has defined three main goals for its work. First, estimation of damage, also calculation of victims, people victims, and economic loss. Our second goal has been to inform the society about our work. And the third goal, that's a kind of teaching function applicable to the young generation, so that's provision of information. We have been trying to fight against disinformation by spreading information, and I think we have succeeded because we have published several books. We have published also research results, conference materials, and that's why I hope that this conference will also serve as a good example of cooperation between the Commission, the Ministry of Justice, and the speakers, and also with the speakers we have today, and this will provide contribution to fighting disinformation. I think it's important to not only define disinformation, to understand its essence, its types and manifestations. It's important that in the result of this conference, we arrive at certain steps, but particular actions, which will allow the state to fight against disinformation even more effectively. Because the Ministry of Justice is active in preparing draft legislation, and there should be efficient means for applying this legislation so that there are consequences against those disseminating disinformation. In the conclusion, I would like to wish all the participants of the conference, also those watching the conference online, we as the organizers of this conference chose Friday the 13th as the date for this conference. I think this doesn't prevent us from finding good solutions for fighting against disinformation, to have good discussions here, and to improve our common understanding about disinformation and about how we can fight it. Thank you.
Now just some information for you, because I already know that you will have questions. And if it will be possible, to write your question using the Slido application, please, we can show you. And we time after time will show you this. And of course, it's really necessary to raise our discussions, not only in the panels, but involve all of you. And please write your questions and comments, and we will use this in panel discussion. Now we continue with my speech. Again, me. I will speak about history and disinformation, similarities and difference in the politics of the USSR and contemporary Russia. I introduced myself already, so I'm a historian myself, but my research interests are connected with economics and strategic communication. And I'm senior researcher at Vidzeme University of Applied Science, Latvia. I will speak about three things. So I should learn a bit. So, yes. Way of thinking, mindset, it's a general question, and historical development, because it's really important to understand why Soviet Union, previous Soviet Union, now Russian Federation are doing things what they are doing, starting war, something like that. It's the general question, strategic question is very important. Then role of the past, present, and future in the vision, if we speak about vision of some countries. And then finally about Latvian example, narrative about Soviet investments in Latvia. So it will be example about one real historical narrative from a past and modern Russia tried to develop this narrative today. But I will start with this. In a year when finished the Second World War, George Orwell first time published his novel Animal Farm. And I enjoyed this sentence already some decades ago. This, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. So, and if I look to picture, and now it's very modern, try somehow to look to different regimes in different countries, compare them, and until now there are less mentioned but very important aspect what unites modern Russia, Soviet Union, and Nazi Germany. So nations were divided into political and ethnic nations. So I enlarge this idea of all that not all are equal. It's always focused to individual level, but we can find the same attitude if we look to nations. So, and just from perspective of Soviet Union and perspective of modern Russia and perspective of Nazi Germany, all nations are equal, but some are more equal than others. And if you look to this vision of the Soviet Union, and the central narrative of Soviet Union, so Russia or Russians are a political nation, but others in USSR or Soviet-controlled areas only ethnic. So like Latvians, we can participate in our dance festivals, write some books in Latvian, to do some cultural activities, but do not take some really strategic decisions. And so it was in the Soviet time, and this is this mindset what they have in the Russian Federation political elite today. And of course, if we look at this constitution of Soviet Union, so a lot of we can find that all republics are independent and something like that. But if you look just to some symbols, an anthem is one from symbols of Soviet Union, and first sentence, Union of Free Republics United Forever, Great Mainly Russia. So it's forever, and Russia did this, and this is the central narrative what was developed, It was already in this Russian Empire, but it was developed in this Soviet Union, and then of course we really see the same situation today in the Russian Federation. For Latvians, we can do other things. I already mentioned it. It's folklore, something like that. Some activities. But no more. And what Russian or Soviet elite is doing when it's differs from this narrative and this idea or this concept, so they're doing other activities, and we can look to history. More than half a century ago. I don't mention here Second World War, something like that, but already in 50s, 60s, Budapest, Prague, In 1991, it was Vilnius, Riga, Baltic countries, and now in 21st century, the same approach, what we already enjoyed. This is the Georgia case, and Ukraine from already 2014. It's already second phase of this, and this described because it's totally another mindset. But if you look back to history, that it was mindset, it was mindset of early 20th century, and not only in Russia, but it was mindset in general in Europe. So it was realities that different European countries had colonies, controlled continents, like Africa, for example, and it was relative this time, And if we look to Central Europe, especially Baltic countries, Poland, so it was divided for three big empires, so Russia Empire, German Empire, and Austro-Hungary. But no, of course, after First World War, situation changed. A lot of independent countries were established, and especially after the Soviet Union collapse, we returned to this normal situation, to concept of equal political nations, in Europe. But it's really important to mention that it's only one colonial empire, what built in the past, what exists today. Because if you look to the situation, back to this beginning of 20th century, in reality, Russia was much more smaller, and a lot of territories, Siberia, so we can just look to them like colonies of Russian Empire, and it was governed like a colonies, but today, this is like one Russia, how they recognize this, yeah, unfortunately, assimilation of different nations, yeah, and they don't speak even their own language, yeah, and so it's a reality, so. And if we look to these developments of different ways of thinking, yeah, and mindset after the Second World War, so there are two different ways if we look to this European area. One was European Union, what we established, yeah, already I say we, yeah, because we feel ourselves in Latvia like part of Europe already then, yeah. And another was this idea to develop more somehow this idea about this colonial empire, of this domination of one nation for other nations, yeah, to other nations. And of course, this concept of equal nations, yeah, we understood in Europe after Second World War that it's really necessary, yeah, to think about that, because one more war, for example, between France and Germany will be totally catastrophic, yeah, for all Europe. So, and we managed, yeah, we created European Union, and of course, we created a lot of bureaucracy, but this is my explanation why we have so much bureaucracy in Europe, because we try to agree about everything, not to start wars, yeah. And this was our concept, yeah. But another concept was in this eastern part of Europe, unfortunately. And if we look to this collapse of the Soviet Union, yeah, in 1991, already after some years, already Russia started to raise ambitions, yeah. But of course, it was very emotional reaction, yeah, when they looked to Baltic countries, because if we look to both maps, yeah, of the current European Union, yeah, and the former Soviet Union, only one small territory overlapped, that's the three Baltic countries, yeah. And yes, we started to be like political nations, yeah, with our own decisions. But when it started to be in other nations, partly it's inspiring for us, started to do things like we, yeah, in Georgia or Ukraine. So Russia started this emotional reaction, yeah, started the wars, military confrontation, yeah, because they still were in this concept, yeah, of the past, of the domination of one nation. And where we look to the future of the country or the nation, yeah, and where to find vision. This is very important. It is second my point, yeah. And when we started our awaken process, yeah, our way to recreation of our independence in Latvia, it was in 80s of 20th century, yeah, where to find a vision for us, because it was really important. Of course, one part of this was look back, yeah, to independent Latvia, yeah, to 2 decades between First and Second World War, where we were an independent country, yeah. It was one from our vision, yeah. But another, of course, was look to the future, yeah. This future part was really very important for us, yeah, to be fast, how much as possible part of European community, politically, economically, and culturally, yeah. And this was concept of us in early 90s of 20th century, and we did this. So it's balance, yeah, between a past and between a future, yeah. And this is what already we can see in Ukraine case. Yeah, they look to Ukraine like a nature of future. But if we look to other countries, yeah, unfortunately, and Russia is a very good example, that they focus to the past. Yeah, they focus to the past, Second World War. Yeah, and we cannot find, yeah, in reality, what kind of future. Yeah, if we look to some society of 21st century, we cannot follow what is this vision of future of Russian Federation. And this is the biggest difference, yeah, in mindset and values, yeah, between us, yeah, like a European community, and this Russian Federation mindset, yeah. So we speak about Green Deal, yeah, about ecological problems, about everything. They speak about Second World War, yeah. And of course, what they try to do, yeah, they try to change the past, yeah. And how you can change the past, yeah, just with rewriting a history, yeah. And this is how already we can go to this, why we have a lot of like disinformation, yeah, in history, something like that, yeah, we speak about, but this is concept why it's important they try somehow, to change the past, and then of course are several activities in different levels. Of course, this is only 1 or 2 weeks old event. It was opening of one private museum in Yaroslavl, if I remember correctly. And yes, it's private, but we can see that there are huge of investment, digital technologies, everything, and yes, it's part of the history, and so, and of course, media participated there, and so on, interest of public, it's normally, everyone celebrating new museum, it's a very good thing, to show to young generation, but really important is this content, and what we can see here, for example, it looks crazy, but I approved source, it's reality, and of course, it was one comment, that not all of theory, is scientifically approved, but still, it's interesting, and this is just one example, about Latin alphabet, created in Russia, and after that, then modern European nations were created. So, since Column was managed by Russia, to go to America and other very interesting things, It looks crazy for us, but it's part of this, because they believe in what they just want to believe, And this is really what they try to do in different levels. Of course, this is not from government approved, but this is important that is happening in Russia. And the same, if we go already to Latvia, we can see in Latvian case, if we look to Latvian history, that Latvia, in fact, in 1940, when Latvia was occupied by the Soviet Union, was a country with one of the highest quality of life level in Central Europe. And of course, what did they done? That it was really important, to describe Latvia like underdeveloped country, agrarian underdeveloped country, and already very shortly, and it started already in this 1940, they started this narrative, about that Latvia was underdeveloped, and we helped Latvia to industrialize Latvia and so. But of course was ignored what did already in these times this underdeveloped country, this building of planes, producing of modern radios, it was approximately 1/3 of radios what produced big Soviet Union in this time, and smallest photo camera WEF Minox, and popular in all the world, it was what happened in reality, but it was ignored, of course, from this in Soviet narrative. And another example, this hydroelectric station built in last years of 30s. It was the most modern engineer technical building in Baltic Sea region in this time, this hydroelectric station. So it was a reality. But of course, how they try to describe the situation in Latvia and Baltic countries in Soviet occupation period, because still this difference was, that the standards of life in Baltic countries was better than in Soviet Union. And they describe this with very large investments, investments from Soviet Union, that they invested billions of rubles, technologies, everything, rebuild this underdeveloped country like Latvia. But it's not only narrative in the past, because if we look to today's situation, only 2 years ago, in anniversary of occupation of Baltic countries, this Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russian Federation published this, that first, of course, it was no occupation, of course, but another that it was that with assistance of Central Soviet authorities, Baltic were one of the most economically advanced and surprised region of Soviet Union. So, because of investments, so they try to continue this narrative of Soviet time, that it was success story for Baltic countries, the Soviet occupation period. But if we look to reality, how it was in the reality in Baltic countries, and especially in Latvia, and I did research in this commission, and we found out that it was totally different situation. If we look to revenues and expenditures from Latvian territory, it differs, And it differs because we spend much less money than the revenues from Latvia. And it was, because a lot of money after taxes were transferred to Soviet central budget. Yeah, it was revenue in general were divided in two parts. One part to Latvian, like Latvian Soviet Social Republic budget, another part to this central Soviet budget. And then, if we look to revenues, of course, some money flow was back. Yeah, and of course they finance a lot of. The military structures, army, yeah, and the Soviet army, Red Army, and of course, dotation to Latvian budget, and other expenditures connected with some ministries, yeah, and yes, we can mention here industry, but look to difference, yeah, of course, and they mention in their communication, yeah, and in their propaganda only what they supported budget on Latvia, but it was secret information how much money went from Latvia before that in the Soviet central budget. And of course, all research is approved by source. Yeah, it's evidence. Yeah, evidence-based numbers. Yeah, here and data. So we can look to different documents of this Republican office's central. Bank of USSR, Minister of Finances, yeah, but it doesn't matter, yeah, for Russia, yeah, because in Kremlin narrative they used another. Just for example, this is what they lose broadly, yeah, about this, that one publication in this newspaper, Soviet Russia, yeah, in 1992, where only two donors of Soviet central budget, yeah, of course, Russian Federation and Belarus, yeah, but others, of course, were like, they invested a lot of other different countries. So, and this is what happened, yeah, what happened in the last decades already, yeah, and when already we were part of European Union, NATO, and so this is continuation of this narrative, yeah, about economic relations, yeah, and this really connected with this general idea that when superior nation, yeah, help other nations, of course it's important, yeah, for them, yeah, to only, of course, they are very principled, yeah, but they help others, yeah, and how to manage this. And of course we tried, yeah, to debunk this, yeah, how much is possible, yeah, but we did answers in Lithuania and in Estonia. Yeah, it was some years ago when this ambassador of Russian Federation, Udaltsov in Lithuania, he mentioned that Lithuania should pay compensation, a lot of billions, yeah, about because of Soviet investments in this occupation period. But yes, but because we did this research, it was possible very quick answer. Yeah, in some hours we already answered that. Yeah, and then it was possible. Yeah, debunk. Yeah, this fake news. Yeah, but really important is understand this. Yeah, from perspective of this strategy. And many, of course, many different cases, yeah, we can mention. So of course we try, yeah, we try to do how much is possible, yeah, with this, yeah. But of course my answer is we should educate society, yeah. Society should understand our history, yeah, especially young generation, yeah. We should speak more about that, and of course we should remember this general idea why they're doing things, what things are doing. So this idea of Orwell's. They speak about equality, but in reality, it was not equality. Thank you very much. It was for me. And yeah, applause. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I have a lot of responsibilities. So we will continue with our panel. And okay. So please, I invite panel Olena Trigub, so International Center for Ukraine Victory, Secretary General of the Independent Anti-Corruption Commission, NACO, please. Mārcis Balodis, researcher of the Center of East European Policy Studies, Latvia, please. Yeah. Maybe this. You can keep for moderator, but other place are, yeah, you chose freely. And Klinta Ločmele, lecturer in media literacy, researcher at Advanced Social and Political Research Institute of the University of Latvia. Yeah, please, yeah. Ramona Staveckaite, notary, head of division of historical research programs at the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. And finally, our moderator, Ieva Bērziņa, associate professor at Vidzeme University of Applied Science and senior researcher at National Defense Academy of Latvia. And me, of course.
Okay, so good morning, the honored excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure to start our expert discussion on history and disinformation, which indeed is an essential topic, especially in the current Russia's war against Ukraine. Because, as we know, it was substantiated by misinterpreted and even false historical narratives. And also when we speak about this, historical disinformation, then this is yet another aspect why we in the Baltic states take the war in Ukraine very personally, because we ourselves have experienced how Russia distorts our history in its geopolitical interests. And this conference is devoted to this very, very important topic, and our distinguished speakers will help us to understand this issue in more detail. And we will go through specific case studies, and also some of our speakers finally will put it into more broader conceptual context. So I think I'm really looking forward. So. And our first speaker will be from Ukraine, Olena Tregub. As Gatis already mentioned, so she is Secretary General of Independent Defense Anti-Corruption Commission, which focuses on defense and security sector reform. She has also worked in various positions on journalism, education, civil society, society activism, and other. And she has spent more than 10 years in the United States of America. And after returned to Ukraine, she has contributed to post-Maidan reform of Ukraine, but what I would like to stress most of all, that she has received several awards for reforming anti-corruption work, and she was recognized by New Times magazine as one of the 100 most influential women in Ukraine. So I'm really pleased having you here, and we definitely will start with Olena's talk on how Russia interprets and misinterprets Ukraine's history. And as I know you have slides, so I think it will be more convenient for you to speak from this place. Except, I'm not sure, maybe there are some organizers can help us with presentations. The slides should be there. I can try. This? Look. Okay, it's there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can do it with my
So
finger.
it works, yeah. Okay, Olena, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just need a mic, I think, right? I should use that? I believe they're working. Hello? Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for inviting me, and I'm really happy to be here in Latvia since, We share common history with Latvia, and now we are facing common present, common threat. In Ukraine, unfortunately, it's not a threat anymore. It's an ongoing horror tragedy, which is now happening in Ukraine. And the focus today of the event, of the conference, is to talk about history and disinformation in history. But unfortunately, we are now facing the reality when this history is alive again. And, you know, something that seemed irrelevant, like who cared what Russia thinks about Second World War? Who cares what Russia thinks about Stalin? It's whatever. They are society that look into the past. They are authoritarian regime. Nobody cares. Okay, they should live their own life. And Ukraine has absolutely different view. Ukraine was looking westward into the future. Ukraine was not looking back at Russia at all. Well, until one day, they basically came to kill Ukrainians. And they came with this crazy idea of the past. And, you know, in Ukraine, this Z war, we call it a zombie war, because it's essentially about taking the corpse, which is already decayed, it's something dead. USSR is dead. And they come in this form of this dead body, of this zombie, and they kill everybody who's alive. They kill babies, they kill young people in Ukraine, they kill activists, they kill people who like democracy, who like development. They destroy all our new beautiful buildings that we were able to build in the past 30 years. And they leave ruins, they leave death. And this is, you know, the question. Why are they doing this? Are they crazy? And that's my presentation is about that, essentially. So I focused my presentation on this article. I know many of you are familiar with this article. It's an article of Putin that he wrote in June 2021, just before the war. It's called On Historical Unity of Russians and Ukrainians. Why this article is important? Because reportedly Russian soldiers before this war, they were ordered to read this article. And also because days before the invasion, Vladimir Putin gave a very long speech where he reiterated the points from this very article. Well, apparently Vladimir Putin is fascinated of history. He maybe thinks that he's a historian without proper education, but he basically constructs his own history. One of the main statements of the article that, of course, Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians are one people, one nation. And also he speaks about Kievan Rus, because this is a big obsession for Russia that, you know, this origin of these three Slavic nations, Ukrainians, Russians, and Belarusians, they come from one state, Kievan Rus. And also he speaks why he thinks Ukraine is not a country, why Ukraine is artificial and should not exist, and why it belongs to Russia. And of course, he denies Holodomor. It's the essentially first genocide inflicted on us by essentially USSR and Russia. And now we have ongoing modern genocide, but he denies, of course, the Holodomor. And then he speaks, of course, about his favorite topic, about May 9. May 9, Victory Day, Great Patriotic War. It's, he created, specifically Vladimir Putin, he created a cult around this historic event, and he built Russian identity on this Great Patriotic War. Well, of course, specifically about why he thinks Ukrainians are the same nation as Russians, that's because we have common ancestry, Kievan Rus. We speak one language, even though Ukrainians speak Ukrainian, but okay. He thinks since everybody who knows Russian is Russian, apparently. And also he speaks about Orthodox faith. Well, this is, I will not stop on this because you are well familiar with this idea. About the Kievan Rus, basically, you know that there is this expression that Kiev is the mother of all Russian cities. Well, the problem here is that, you know, Rus and Russia are, for Russians, they are like synonyms. And because Russians are using this name Russia, they think that, okay, it proves that we are those who inherited Kievan Rus. Even though we know that it started from Ukraine, and we have this illustration which you saw on social media maybe many times, where Ukrainians are trying actually to show that, look, when Kiev was flourishing 996, there was nothing in Moscow. It was just a forest with some swamps, and only later Moscow developed. So, you know, unfortunately, many of you have seen Russian history textbooks, how they teach their children. For them, it's, you know, everything that was happening in Kiev is their history, and the way they presented that Russia is the successor. Just like Russia is the successor of USSR, Russia is successor of Kievan Rus, the main successor. Another statement that he makes, that Ukraine is entirely product of Soviet era. We know and remember well that it was shaped for a significant part on the lens of historical Russia. And also, as you remember, in his speech before the war, Vladimir Putin said that, well, Ukraine was a gift from Lenin, right? It's not even a country, because Lenin basically created Ukraine. He, as you see in this map, that's how Russians, how Putin sees Ukraine, that eastern part of Ukraine is a gift of Lenin, Crimea is a gift of Khrushchev. This yellow part, it's just little Ukraine, which they probably recognize because it was Ukraine of Bogdan Khmelnytsky, of our hetman, in the borders of 1654. And then, again, turns out that Lviv, Zakarpattia, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, they are with Ukraine only because Stalin decided so after Second World War. You know, by this means, you know, yes, we can look at every country like this in Europe, in the world, and we can see why this country became a country in its present borders, but nobody revisions this except for Putin currently. And so it's interesting also, I don't know if you paid attention how much he likes to reiterate this word gift, present. In his opinion, I think that in his mindset, whatever is gifted to you, like Crimea or any other part of land, it's not legitimate because it should be taken away. Whatever you steal or conquer, this should be yours. Well, they just stole Crimea, it's now Russian sovereign territory. Very soon they will say Kherson, occupied Kherson is already almost Russian territory because there are right now reports that Russia plans to annex it, period. And they will not even have a referendum like they had in Crimea. So if you steal, it's yours. If it's present, no. So that's one of the historical reasoning he uses. But he, of course, ignores that we can look at any country, including Ukraine, and Ukraine can be seen in much broader borders. As you know, we have regions in Kuban, for example, in Russia, that can be seen as Ukraine. They are populated by Ukrainians. They used to be historically Ukraine. You see here the map of 1918, when we briefly had our Ukrainian republic, our brief independence. And in 1920, Ukraine could have been much bigger, but Putin, of course, doesn't mention that. Holodomor denial is very important as well because, until today, well, many countries in the world, including Latvia, you recognized Holodomor as the genocide of Ukraine. US has recognized other nations around the world, but Russia does not recognize it at all, and they say that Holodomor is part of anti-Russia campaign. And it's very symbolic and tragic that now when they are invading Ukraine, they are, as we speak, as you know, transporting cargoes with Ukrainian grain, Ukrainian produce outside Ukraine. Currently, they are trying to sell it in Syria, Ukrainian grain. So they are just repeating exactly what communists, the Bolsheviks did in the early 30s, because it's their modus operandi. But they, of course, firmly deny that ever Ukraine had Holodomor genocide when millions died in a very horrific way. And what also he mentions in this article, of course, is the Great Patriotic War. Essentially, as you know, in Russia, there was no World War II, but there was Great Patriotic War. As you know, in Russian history, they don't study that actually Hitler and Stalin, they had cooperation and they were planning to divide Europe together, but only after Hitler attacked Stalin, started war with Germany. Otherwise, of course, it's not mentioned. Also, as you know, in this Great Patriotic War, the way they shape it is that they are the only winners, Russia. They never mention participation of other former nations of USSR. They don't, for example, mention that in terms of casualties, Ukraine had highest number of civilian and military casualties in this war. And they also mentioned that Soviet liberators, they were heroes. As you know, there is this monument of a Soviet soldier saving a young girl, German girl. In reality, when they were trying to occupy Eastern Prussia, they organized a mass rape of women and children, girls. And, they were doing this. The rape was the weapon of war for the Soviet military, unfortunately. And we understand that Ukrainians were also in that same Red Army, but Ukraine has moved away from this legacy. Ukraine is not part of Red Army anymore, but what they were doing is truly horrific, and there are historical studies about it, and they were doing it because they wanted a German-speaking population, Germans actually, to move away from those territories, to be horrified to that extent that they just freed the territories for Russians to settle in. And there were, bodies of dead, raped women all over, Germany, in those areas where Russians went. And right now you can see it in Ukraine. It's exactly the same. Not all Ukrainians who studied history, especially if they studied in USSR, knew that Red Army rapes children in mass numbers. Not everybody knew it, but now we saw it. It's evidence. We have our ombudsmen they are documenting these war crimes. We have the hotline. We have more than already 700 calls on that hotline. And they are doing it in the presence of families. They are raping children in front of parents. They are raping parents in front of children. And as you know, this rape is aimed not only at the victim, but also at the witness who is left deeply traumatized, and on society in general, because this is a weapon of Russian army, which they also used in Great Patriotic War, to break society. When they want to break society, when they want people to free territory for them, this is what they are doing. Plus, of course, torture. And look at Kherson, look at what's happening there. They are now organizing basically concentration camp in Kherson. They are torturing people with electricity. We have evidence which we were recently posting in social media. Also, raping women, doing this filtration. As you know, Russians they are right now, whoever wants to leave the territory that is occupied by these great patriotic warriors of Russia, they need to go through filtration camp. And in order to go through this camp, you need to undress so that they check you for any tattoos, for any jewelry. One woman was asked why she's wearing a Ukrainian trident as as her jewelry. And she hardly survived because of that. Many were killed, wounded, as a result of those filtration camps. So how come Russians who were so, they were so ethical and so brave during Great Patriotic War, how come that this same army are doing stuff like that? Well, it's because this same army, they were the same back then. We just didn't know about it because Russians rewrote history. Because they were winners, and winners, they write history. Unfortunately, because of that. And right now, we live in a very digital society. Ukraine is probably the most wired country that was ever invaded. We have internet everywhere, even in villages. Now we are using Starlink, which was donated by American government and Elon Musk in order to maintain internet in places where Russians deliberately try to cut connectivity. And therefore, there is more information about what is really Great Patriotic War than it was back then in 1941-45. Well, so basically to sum up, this is why Russians say that Ukrainian national identity is not separate from Russia, and whoever thinks that Ukraine is a separate country is a Nazi. It's very simple. This term that Russians are now using, denazification, if you think about it, on a deep level, it's like stripping you of your nation. Like, there should be no nation. If you think you are Ukrainian, okay, this is how we identify you as a Nazi, this is how we decide to execute you. If we question you and you say, oh, I'm not sure who I am descendant of USSR, okay, then you are good. If you think Ukrainian, no. Well, and it's essentially, as you understand, definition of genocide, because, this I didn't mention that this topic of Ukrainian Nazis and that Ukraine exists as a country only because there is a neo-Nazist regime in Kiev who are controlling them, and once Russian liberators come and free Ukrainian people, they will be so happy and they will be part of Russia again, and it will be all okay. But this is what they were saying before the war. Right now, their propaganda has changed. They now say that all Ukrainians are Nazis. well, because they say, you know, even children are Nazis in Ukraine. And I don't know if it happened, you know, in your, like, if you saw it online, in your internet search, if you saw this most recent horrifying example, is that, you know, that Russians forcefully deported, kidnapped essentially almost 200,000 Ukrainian kids. And some of the kids have their parents killed, some kids were lost. And they are in these different Russian towns, and one woman in Belgorod who saw these Ukrainian kids and saw that they refuse to glorify great patriotic war, to draw this Georgievskaya lentochka, this George ribbon. She decided that these kids are apparently Nazis, and she says, I want to torture these kids, I want to like cut out their genitals, to give them some drugs, because these are not people. These Ukrainians, they are not people, and these kids, they are all Nazis. And basically, this is why right now this war is so horrific, because Russian soldiers and Russian people in general who support this war, they were brainwashed to the extent that they dehumanize Ukrainians. So just what can be done in such situation? Well, first of all, Ukraine should win this war. That's number one point, and only then we stop this evil. And we will not Russia write history again. Russia should lose. And in generally, we should very much study and acknowledge Russian propaganda, and the role of Latvia here is great. Globally, you have a lot to share with the world about your own experience. Also, of course, we should understand that the history of Eastern Europe should be seen from perspective of each country. We all have our own historical narrative, and we should be heard. It shouldn't be Russian narrative anymore. And we should just learn history more, and we should just have more public debate. And this war, of course, it will generate this debate, and we will live in a more honest and free society once this war is over, and democracy and Europe and Ukraine wins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Elena, for really thorough and detailed explanation of the pretext of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and also bringing up these current horrors and linking them with actually history and what the Soviet army did. And I think this is important, especially when we talk in the context of the Baltic states, because I guess what we see currently in Ukraine, this also brings us our historical memories and our historical traumas to a large extent, so it is extremely important. Before we move next to the Baltic history narratives, I really want to thank those from the audience who already have asked some questions in Slido. Great, wonderful questions, and I encourage to ask more. Albeit we are lagging a bit behind time, nevertheless, I hope we will still have a possibility to answer some questions. And our next speaker is Ramona Stavečkaite-Notari. She's the head of division of the historical research programs in the Genocide and Resistance Research Department in the Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. And she has studied a lot issues regarding partisan war in Lithuania from 1944 till 1953, and especially the role of the woman in armed anti-Soviet resistance and the activity of the Soviet repressive structures towards the partisans, discredit campaigns, and etc. And today Ramona will tell us more about Russian campaign to discredit, partisan movement in Lithuania, and especially the case of Adolfas Ramanauskas Vanagas, the commander-in-chief of the partisan forces. So, Ramona, the floor is yours, and as you feel comfortable, either from chair or... Yeah, thank you so much.
Maybe I will stay here, if it's okay, because I don't have any slides. So, thank you very much for invitation in this important event, especially in the context of war in Ukraine. It's a discussion really important. And as mentioned, I am a historian and mostly researching Lithuanian partisan war. And we already noticed from previous members who opened this event how much matter historical facts and how much matter ideas, political ideas, and philosophical ideas, because at the end we are witnessing that even the most craziest ideas, for example, as it was Hitler and now Putin, Stalin, we were carried out, and we can't neglect, we can't just close the eyes in front of those ideas and think that people just speaking just for fun. So I would like to mention, notice that the Russian propaganda machine started to enter it probably in a whole new level since Putin entered in third term of his presidency, so around 2012. And since then, we are witnessing that the key period of Russia, of Russian narrative, historical memory, became the Second World War, how we called the Great Patriotic War. I would say that Russia, Putin, became obsessed. There is a very good expression in Russian that would describe the idea about the Russian Derzhava, what they think. I think it describes the best the idea, but Derzhava, it's the right word to put. So during this period, of course, the Kremlin also used the old school of KGB technique to play a propaganda games like agents of influence, forgeries, disinformation, and etc. And it's not surprising that one of the main target became the Baltic countries of Russian propaganda, and of course everything related with the Second World War, occupation and post-war period, fighting for freedom, partisan war. And partisan became the main target group of Kremlin propaganda, because it was why it was so important, because putting a question about legitimacy of partisan war, they put it's connected with legitimacy or not or illegality about the occupation, because if we consider that partisan war proved that the occupation of the Baltic countries was illegal, and vice versa. So illegality of occupation implies the legality of resistance and vice versa. So it was very important for Russia to show that all the freedom fights, the partisan movement was illegal. And how they do that? They do that by discrediting partisans, discrediting the commanders especially, and using for this manipulation the KGB documents. It was very easy to do this because the repressive structures possess all the documents, and we can put the facts as we wanted. We could cut some part of the truth and put some lies and make their own story. So the Soviet repressive structures, they used this method in the 60s very successfully, and Russia continued this technique as well, especially after the Crimea annexation in 2014. And the main yes, I would say that the main scope was to portray the Lithuanian partisans, I think all the Baltic partisans movement as well, including as the Nazi supporters, Nazi collaborators, even as participating in the Holocaust directly. Problem that some Lithuanian historians, it's a little, they didn't do a homework. So that's why, because there are some cases that really some partisans, very, very small minority, I don't know, now we have some very scientific research that would say 3% of all the partisans maybe participated in the actions of Holocaust, not necessarily in the direct killings, but in arrest and etc. So without studying this sensible topic, we gave like a tool for Russia to use how they want. If we would say yes, there were some cases, we know it, we regret it, and that wouldn't be so easy for Russia to discredit all this movement. And why it's especially important to discredit leaders of partisans. So you put in a question all the partisan war legitimacy. You portray all the partisans, even if there is a single case, you portray all the partisan movement as Nazi supporters, collaborators. That's why. And as you mentioned, I would like to specify the case of Vanagas, Adolfas Ramanauskas Vanagas. He was a commander-in-chief of the partisan forces, and he probably is the most hated person in Russia, I think at the moment he is, because his case really sensible, really heroic, and really, how we say, making Russia nervous, because it proves, we have historical proofs that they are speaking, that they are putting historical facts as we want. So the case was that in 2018, it was 100th anniversary since Ramanauskas was born, and it's coincided with a very important fact that we found his remains. Because he was tortured and buried in an unknown cemetery, but thankfully for archaeological researchers and historical researchers, we made the research, and we found his remains in near one of the most important cemeteries in Vilnius. And a quite important event was a reburial of his remains organized. So this was actually the thing for Russian propaganda, one of the most, how we say, that it's a proof how Lithuania honoring the Nazi collaborators. And the first thing, what they did, they put this news that he was, first of all, collaborator with Nazi. He killed his partisan that his partisan of his corpse killed 1,000 civilian people, even a lot of children. Of course, everything, it was just taken out of blue, let's say, without any facts, because we have like research made, historical research that deny all those facts. All those facts they deny, and Ramanauskas Vanagas, he was like the most probably had, I don't know, maybe 7 agent files during partisan war. That means that he was like followed by repressive structure in his, and repressive structures had enormous amount of information about him, and that's why, especially also during Soviet period in the 60s, it was, we can call first campaign of discreditation of partisans war, especially with Vanagas, because the reason was that in the 60s a lot of prisoners started to come back from Siberia, from Gulag, and the Soviet regime was afraid that it was like a silence policy towards their partisan war during those period, and the Soviet regime was afraid that with the coming back of political prisoners, they will start to speak, and the memory, historical memory, will revive again. So they started to write that Vanagas was as well as KGB agent. Well, that was also how Russia used the facts, and later it was during Soviet time, but later Russia used this fact that Vanagas was a KGB agent. Well, it's also, let's saying A without saying B, that yes, he was recruited, but at the very moment he was released, he just escaped and didn't give any information for secret services. So that was the case, and I would like to how this KGB documents, this manipulation, how it works even today, how it reaches in the United States. Vanagas, Ramanauskas Vanagas, he was born in the United States in 1918 in New Britain and in Pennsylvania, and it was the idea to build a monument in his birthplace, and Russia started this campaign against him about his participation in the Holocaust, about killing civilian people, and the council of this New Britain, they voted against permission to give permission to build a monument, arguing that he participated in those events in the Holocaust, and without putting any fact, just like this. So we can see how the manipulation of historical facts, KGB documents, reaching another part of Atlantic Ocean, United States. And recently we had maybe already 5 years ago, we had a very case and quite a scandal situation in Lithuania when very famous Lithuanian journalist, Rūta Vanagaitė, she also made very artificial, very research about Vanagas, and she put those facts that he was KGB agent when he was participating in participating in the Holocaust, and she published this her ideas, and it was a huge scandal because that was not a truth, and later she apologized. But I want to stress that even Lithuanians by themselves, that they understand, they lived through all this system, Soviet Union system, they know how it works, propaganda, they on the hook. That was my idea to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very, very interesting points, and very, very interesting to know that. Yeah. Now we will move to a Latvian case, and our next speaker is Mārcis Balodis. Mārcis is researcher at the Center for East European Policy Studies, and his research is primarily focused on Russian hybrid warfare and pro-Kremlin disinformation activities. And Mārcis really has done a huge work on trying to debunk those different propaganda and disinformation narratives. And now he will tell us about the ways how Russia politicizes history, uses it as a soft power, and probably some examples from Latvian case. So Mārcis, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hi, thank you very much for having me here. And I'm going to start with a quick example from Vladimir Medinsky, the same Medinsky who recently led the Russian delegation in peace talks with Ukraine in March and April. And he essentially argued that Russia needs to develop its own historical sovereignty, meaning Russia needs to be able to interpret its own history rather than follow the interpretations of others. And I think this quote perfectly encapsulates how modern-day Russia treats its own history. And if we look back, for example, polls from year 2000, when Putin came to power, showed that almost 75% of Russia's population treated the collapse of the USSR as a tragedy. And obviously Russia had lost its superpower status and its empire, and with it the society had lost a piece of its own pride. And after all, those generations had lived under a Soviet myth about how great life was under the Soviet rule, and any ideas that perhaps Russia should take a sober look at its own history caused resentment. And over time we have seen that Putin's Russia has been trying to sort of weaponize this sense of resentment and to turn it into a politically profitable endeavor. Because in Russia, domestically speaking, this historical sovereignty is a political tool how to increase support for the government. For example, you can create myths about your historical greatness, thereby instilling a sense of pride and a sense of unity in your people. Essentially, you give them something to be proud of. And moreover, it also legitimizes the state and whatever the state is doing. For example, by recalling or admittedly rewriting your past victories, your past greatness, you can then instill a sense of future victories, of future greatness. After all, not that long ago, a slogan, or at least one of the slogans, for Victory Day Parade was "Never Again." Well, nowadays, one of the slogans is "We can do it again." Again, this is a small piece of information that sort of reflects how history can be used to affect the way society thinks about it. And it's also important that this battle over history in Russia is a long-term issue, because currently Russia is trying to create the new the new Russian citizen. A citizen who is obedient, who does not question what the government is doing, and who does not question the way Russia is moving into. And also that is why Russia is very actively cracking down on anyone who has the ability and the will to talk back, to basically to doubt what the Kremlin is saying. And it's also important to remind sometimes that currently people who were born in this century have the right to vote in Russia. To them, the USSR or Yeltsin perhaps are just random names in history books, so there is an obvious need for the Kremlin to indoctrinate them into Russia's own historical worldview. And speaking of Medinsky, last year Putin's decree created a brand new commission on historical education, which is headed by Medinsky, and the committee's sole purpose is to unify, to centralize how Russia and the government basically sees Russia's history and how that history is then interpreted and represented, not just in education, but also in popular media and in entertainment. And of course, this being Russia, this committee also includes people from the FSB, State Security Agency, and also from the military intelligence, because history, and especially education regarding history in Russia, is a very sensitive subject. And an interesting note is Putin himself. even though he apparently has absolutely no education in history, and I wonder if anyone knows how many history books he has read in his life. He is basically historian number one in Russia, because whatever he believes is history, or should be true. The real, actual history needs to be made, needs to fit his narrow worldview. And obviously, as was previously mentioned, his essay that was published last year was provided a very neat framework for the domestic public as to who is right, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, who's going to win this fight, because the good guys always win. And also, who's the scapegoat in case something does go wrong. And that's also one of the reasons why Russia is very active in using fascism or Nazism as an accusation, because it basically demonizes by association. By calling, for example, Ukraine or Ukrainians Nazis, you are basically drawing a parallel between Nazi Germany and modern-day Ukraine, which then makes it absolutely clear to everyone who's the bad guy and what happens to bad guys. And this same approach also applies to foreign relations, because what Russia lacks in its geopolitical influence to do what Russia wants them to do, Russia has turned to diaspora, to ethnic Russians and Russian speakers, and effectively anyone who considers themselves in any way connected to Russia. And because in Russian political thinking, these groups of people are characterized by a sense of displacement and homelessness, because since the empire has collapsed, these people have lost their connection to the homeland while they are living abroad. And this is where history comes into play, because Russia is treating history as a soft power tool, even though it's not strictly speaking or theoretically speaking the same soft power that Joseph Nye talked about. But in any case, Russia is targeting, or even micro-targeting, specific audiences that should, in Russia's own view, be more susceptible to Russian narratives regarding the greatness of Russia, past greatness, and thereby also the future greatness of Russia. And this also, this entire idea is based that there are a lot of people, especially in Russia's so-called near abroad, who are who share a common history, a common homeland, that is Russia, and therefore they should basically protect Russia's interests. Whenever Russia would call upon them, these people would remain loyal to Russia. And as such, for example, Russia frequently accuses countries of being either fascist or Nazist. In Russia's own interpretation, this means the protection of Russians, of Russian speakers, or any other compatriots from foreign influence. Along the same lines, whenever a country, especially the Baltic countries and Poland, question Russia's very specific, very narrow-minded interpretation of history, we are then accused of trying to deny Russians and Russian speakers their own history, their own cultural heritage. Basically, Russia is very active at playing this human rights card, because for Russia it is a doctrine that allows it to interfere in our own affairs whenever Russia deems it necessary. And why Russia deems it necessary is because it's about maintaining Russia's own sphere of influence. And maintaining its sphere of influence is a matter of national security. Thereby, history and the use of history for Russia is a matter of national security. It is not about winning over hearts and minds of people. It's not about commemorating victims of past tragedies or wars. It's about national security and geopolitical goals of Russia. And if Russia is able to instill this shared sense of historical pride, Russia wants to weaponize it to undermine our own sovereignty. And last but not least, of course, considering the fact that Latvia is located in what Russia considers its own sphere of influence, we also have to deal with Russia's very whitewashed interpretation of history. Obviously, pro-Kremlin propaganda is very active in portraying Russian and Soviet armies as victors, as liberators, along the lines of victors shall not be punished. And we are also often accused of being fascist and Nazi and sort of doing everything to deny Russia and Russians their history. And through that, Russia is trying to divide the society and to sort of sow the seed of mistrust inside our own public. But this Russian influence, especially when it comes to history, also operates on a smaller scale and on a lower level. For example, in 2017, we, the Center for East European Policy Studies, published a research regarding how Latvian municipalities are cooperating with Russia and Russian municipalities. And it was obvious that very many cooperation activities include educational and cultural exchanges, also including historical matters. For example, St. Petersburg for many years hosted seminars on Russian history, and they invited history teachers from Latvia to St. Petersburg. And at that point, we can only wonder what sort of interpretation of history they were trying to hand over to Latvian teachers. And also, Russia and Russian municipalities are very active in cooperating with those regions and those cities in Latvia that have significant populations of ethnic Russians and Russian speakers, because obviously that is their primary audience, that is the target audience. And then likewise, for example, just a single one more example, for example, the foundation Ruski Mir helped to fund a classroom in Reizekne in a specific school, basically a classroom for Russian history and for Russian language. Because again, this is a fairly low level, but again, the ultimate goal is to make sure that this very specific interpretation of history can set its roots here. Because ultimately, Russia is trying to stall integration efforts, because an integrated society would mean for Russia that it is very difficult to reach our audience, and they would not be able to protect Russia's interests as much as Russia would like it. Therefore, Russia is actively trying to disrupt that process. So, all in all, historical sovereignty and the ability to interpret its own history is a matter of national security effectively for Russia, and Russia is actively trying to use different types of manipulation to create this part of society that is very closely linked and considers itself loyal to Russia, so that they could be weaponized against us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Martis, very much. And actually, what you were talking about brought me back to Gatis' keynote speech, as Russia is very past-oriented domestically, so consequently, it uses history as a tool in the soft power or information warfare, as we call it. So thank you so much. And now we have our final speaker, Klinta Ločmele. She's a doctor of communication scientist and media literacy expert, and she will put what we talked about, and specifically what Ramona told, what was very interesting, that Russians actually, they take facts, but they put it in a specific context. So Klinta will explain us how this framing takes place and how it affects our social memory. And you have lots of slides, but you promised to make it in 10 minutes. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for a wonderful introduction. And excellent colleagues, I'm honored to be here. And as a representative of communication science, I would like to give more conceptual viewpoint on today's topic and elaborating more on the interconnection between disinformation, framing, which is a way how information is interpreted and sometimes manipulated, and social memory. And here you can see the three concepts: social memory, disinformation, and media/information framing, and interconnections between them. There are several ways how we can explain how disinformation is built. But for today, I choose framing theory as one of them. It was originated for analyzing media content. However, it is quite suitable for analysis of other types of information. And if we understand how framing is being done, it's easier to get deeper understanding how various elements of text are used to make concrete interpretation of situation, event, or a person. So, some words about framing, about this theoretical approach. And this theoretical perspective explains how we, as society, media, or individuals, organize, perceive, and communicate reality. We create frames every day, each of us. For example, when we tell our family in the evening how we spent our day. And frames draw attention to one specific certain aspect of situation. It necessarily only one, maybe two or three, but only some specific aspects of the situation, and thus giving specific meaning to the whole situation. And for those who have power to create these frames, they are very influential to influence what meaning will be attached to concrete situation. Being a little bit as an advocate of framing, I have to say that frames have not only negative sides, they are necessary because there are so much information in the world around us that without framing, without concrete interpretation, which is offered by media, by state, it would be not possible to organize and process this information. James Tankard offers 11 mechanisms how framing can be done, starting by headlines, what type of photos is used, what quotations or data or tables are presented, and of course, very important element of the framing is final paragraphs of the article where main conclusions are done. Another theoretician, Jenny Kitzinger, offers more simple approach. She offers 4 main questions how to detect what type of frame is applied to concrete text. And the first one, how is the problem defined? The second one, how are the main characters portrayed? Who is represented in charge, who is that person, what we can blame for something, and what solutions are offered. And the problem with framing is that audience usually do not understand that frames are social constructs. Usually, if audience is not so critically thinking, they perceive that these frames, which are applied to news or even to this creating disinformation, that it is a natural representation of the world. Also, some information might be excluded, included, emphasized, and etc. And framing starts with wording. Some weeks ago in social media was quite popular this visual material which encouraged people to use correct wording when we want to speak about situation in Ukraine and avoid using crisis, conflict, or special military operation, and don't be afraid to name it as it is, as a war. And so even usage of specific words can be concrete frames in the text. And so when I was thinking about some examples to show about Soviet time, Soviet history, I used probably not so often showed examples. And it's newspaper Homeland Voice. It was printed in Soviet Latvia. It was propaganda content, but still we can see some frames how this propaganda is constituted. And this newspaper was made to encourage Latvian people in exile to come back from Western countries to Soviet Latvia. And if we look at some examples, actually I have feelings that it would be easy for me to incorporate in the next panel about imagined community, because the content is quite different from the reality. For example, here you can see example of photography and signature of it, and it tells that in Riga there is specialized perfume shop, and we see abundance, a wide assortment for buyers. However, we know that the situation was quite different. Also, this newspaper frames Latvia Soviet Latvia as a place where prosperity and development takes place. We have more than 300 bus lines and new buildings are being erected. There is frames about Latvia and Soviet Latvia as a very country of culture with new movies, and frame of raising nostalgia with the headline, "Do you remember city Kuldīga?" and selecting photographies with traditional landscape of this city, and of course framing Western societies gloomily contrary to the bright life in the Soviet Union. Like this article tells that children in Western societies do not attend school, but instead of that they smoke and play cards with grown-up people. And when we speak about disinformation and reality perception, I would like to draw your attention to this phenomenon called misinformation effect on the memory. This research is made referring to misinformation, but I speculate here and assume that the same principle might work similarly with disinformation. And in this research, participants of it watched a movie about accident, how it happened, and after then they watched another altered version of this movie, and then they were asked what they remember, and the results are quite shocking. 47% times people were replaced their original memories about this accident with altered version of that. And that's why question rises about the impact of the constant disinformation and information manipulative framing, to what extent it can replace or alternate our original memories. And for those families who have their family social memory, like memories about repression, Soviet repressions, deportations, inherited through the generations, I think it's not so easy to replace with new version with disinformation, but it's a question how it is for others. And Sigrid Rosing, anthropologist, she writes about social amnesia of Soviet people. She does it in context of social memory and healing social trauma. However, I think the third point is of very special importance. It's imposition of official and false history, which can cause this social amnesia. And I think that happened not only in Soviet period, but also in today's Russia. And going further, I would mention that the social amnesia is proper ground for planting these disinformation seeds in a human's mind. And here we can see again these interconnections, and I think that media and information framing is used as a tool how to do it, how to disseminate this information, and how to cause this social amnesia, because it's very beneficial for those who want to plant this disinformation seeds in people's minds. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Clinton, very much. It was indeed brief and very informative. And our last but not least, our final speaker is Gatis. Gatis already introduced himself, so I won't waste time on that. But Gatis promised to give some summary. But Gatis, as we have a little time left and we have very interesting questions, may I address you already? Or you read also them?
Yeah, lots of questions, so we need more 2 hours for our discussion.
Yeah, but what I found most interesting was about, I mean, how efficient we have been in countering those Russia's disinformation narratives, and what we should what we can and what we should do more. And also this question for the rest of the panelists, I would like to start.
Yeah, this is excellent question, and my first answer is that we didn't our homework in last decades, to be realistic, and several stages. One, of course, after collapse of Soviet Union, for example, if we look to our Western partners, so already everything is finished, no more this Soviet system, And, but in this time, for example, Henry Kissinger already mentioned in the book Diplomacy that Russia will return to ambitions of Soviet Union, but we ignored that. We will be pretty happy manage joining of Central European countries in the European Union, NATO, and we ignored how were developments in Russia. This is one part. Another part, what we did in our countries, education system, values. Of course, we can explain it was in very short time jump from totalitarian Soviet Union in 13 years in European Union. It's amazing speed, but in the same time, after that, already 18 years were members, what we did in the education system, how much we explained, because from my perspective, there are two really important parts, knowledge of history and values. So, and now, of course, and one from questions is, how connected is this freedom of speech with what we closed Russian media, And yes, it's partly because we did not our homework. Of course, already they are not in reality media from one part, but from other part, it's because we understand that part of society can be influenced from this situation, and our society is not so united in values, of course, it can be different historical background. It's normally, because our societies consist from different parts, But values, system of values, trust in democracy, and I will finish. But my last idea that we should remember that democracy, how we understand democracy today, it's very young thing. We can speak about this model of democracy only after Second World War. It's totally young. But older systems, totalitarian, authoritarian systems, how much we have democratic countries in the world, 1/4 maybe, no more than. And this is what we should be very careful or more invest, in our value systems, in education, and then of course, maybe we can, it's not necessary to close media, so to trust more to our society, but this is a very important aspect. And another issue, what here was about this history, and I believe that in all kind of visions of countries, history is a really important part, But this is what kind of history, what kind of history is most important for your country. And for example, in Latvia, there are two really important things. It was, if we speak about Latvian history, it's creation of Latvia, an independent country in 1918. It was innovation. It was innovation here we have two innovations in 700 years in this geopolitical level in Baltic countries in Latvia. First was creation of Livonia in the 13th century, when we already created borders more or less of Latvia and Estonia. And second one, was the creation of independent countries. And it was innovation, and countries was built to totally another concept, democracy, to build to these borders of nations, we started to create our nation. So this is really important, that it was just part of history, but not only history connected with the future vision of nations, Unfortunately, if you look to Russia, they are really backward. They look only to war, and this is, and what in our presentations, what they're doing, and this is big connection with this situation and mindset in the world in beginning of 20th century. And this is why we cannot understand what they're doing, because they are still in this mindset. And unfortunately, connection between Russian Empire, then Soviet Union, and modern Russia, we didn't recognize this in the 90s, and now this is a result of this,
It's the same question to Ramon. It's what Lithuania is doing with this, and how do you evaluate how successful your country has been in that one?
I agree completely with Gatis, but we didn't do our homework in Lithuania as well, and we have to consider that I think it's in 2005, Putin said that fall of the Soviet Union is the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of 20th century. So we have to be already in this time to be very cautious what he's speaking. And yet nobody wanted to believe, as said a colleague from Ukraine. We used that like Russia used to speak those in that moment seemed quite crazy ideas. We let them to speak, and we didn't ourselves to let believe that it could happen. It could be all these craziest ideas carried out. Now we see the consequences. And regarding, I would say, the Russian-speaking people in Lithuania, if speaking, I think the problem was that it's also incredible that after 30 years almost of independence, some Russian people, they still live in a Russian information field, and that's the biggest problem. And as far as they know, in the schools, like Russian-speaking schools that we have only in Vilnius and Klaipėda, those schools, and there is it's a concentration of this, like they live in their own world, and due to our, I don't know, our occupation in entering in the NATO and in European Union, we forget that this problem still exists. And especially after already as Putin entered into his presidency term third time, we started to notice that all this work, what he was doing in Russia, all this propaganda that reached our people, our citizens as well, and we still didn't pay attention. We didn't have any tool how to prevent these things, and now it's very strange when you hear a person 25 years old, Russian speaking, who is glorifying Soviet Union. He was born already in independent Lithuania. It's a paradox that, and where he took this information, it's a memory from his parents, memory, like historical memory from parents, from Russian TV, etc. So I think we are facing more or less a similar situation, just maybe we are a little bit lucky that in Lithuania we have a little bit smaller number of Russian-speaking people.
A different ethnic structure.
Yeah, a little bit. So.
Thank you. I will rephrase this question to Klinta. As a media literacy expert, what grade you would give to Latvian society? To what extent we are able to distinguish false historical narratives from truth?
Oh, it's a great question, and there is no one answer on that. We can't say that all society is media literate or not media literate. It depends on various factors, including education and so on. And I think one of the reasons why we have a long way ahead in improving our media literacy is that in Latvia we started to pay more attention to this problem and concept, media literacy, only approximately in 2014 after Crimea occupation, and then we started to invent more activities here in Latvia. And in Ministry of Culture I was working at that time, and we made first Latvian media policy guidelines, and this was the first policy planning document where media literacy was included in. And I think that's one explanation why we have to constantly think about developing our skills. And the second issue I would like to emphasize is trust in government, actually, because as we saw during the pandemics, for part of society it's very easy to believe to variety of conspirational theories because they somehow feel some pain or some other negative feelings towards government. And that's why this trust in those people who are in power in Latvia, to institutions, to media, of course, in Latvia, I think these are very important pillars to make our society resilient against disinformation.
Thank you, excellent. So it's really a long-term and very complicated process. Marcis, I wanted, as I know you really go in the public and you write articles for a wider public and trying to debunk. My question to you is debunking enough? What else we should do?
Debunking is not enough. There's no other way to put it. There's nothing wrong per se with debunking. However, of course, the issue is that it is reactive. We simply react to a statement, an article, and while we sort of debunk it, publish it, and make sure people can read it, Russian disinformation machine can basically pump out hundreds, if not thousands, of articles in that same time period. So what should we do? We should go on the offensive, effectively. For example, one aspect is strategic communications on a national level. For example, the biggest demand for information is during times when it is unclear what is actually happening, when there's a vacuum of information. And if we can proactively fill that vacuum with information that fits our interests and protects our needs, we can then make sure that society can gain access to information that actually is beneficial also to us in a way. Because if we are not talking to our own people, then someone else will. And at that point, we can only hope that they will do it in our best interest. So my main suggestion would be to go on the offensive.
Yeah, strategic communication in a way, yeah, and using history for strategic communication, our favorite subject. And we started with Ukraine, and I would like to end this panel with Ukraine because it is really important. And Olena, can you share with us the experience of your country? How successful, in your view, you have been in fighting this disinformation and fighting with Russia's disinformation, especially in the area of historical narratives? No problem, you can.
Sorry. I think inside the country, we, of course, had, before annexation of Crimea, around 20-30% of population who were like in favor of, deepening relationship with Russia. But once, something is done, like occupation of Crimea and beginning of steering a war a hybrid war in Donbass, we had dramatically changed information space in Ukraine, because even those who were supporting Russia before, they started changing their opinion. And after February 24, I don't know how many percent we have left who believe Russian propaganda in Ukraine, maybe 5%. And those are people who will not be influenced by any information. There is simply no way to influence these people. I know you have such people in Latvia as well. I saw a clip on your news when there are some Russian-speaking Latvian older generation women saying, I don't know what's happening in Ukraine. I only see Latvian media, they are not telling me the truth. I actually believe that Ukrainians are killing themselves. So there is no way, But so in Ukraine, I think we definitely won this battle because, people see what's happening in reality, that's it. But the issue is, of course, the global war. We did not mention it much during this panel here, but you see, not only Russia wants to revive USSR, they also continue this global fight that communists had to take over the world. And they are interfering with information spaces and political domains of countries around the world, as you know, in European Union, in US, in Latin America, everywhere. And here we also didn't win this battle, because they invested billions of dollars, unfortunately, which they received through selling oil and gas to Europe. It's very connected. you know, and information and propaganda and buying Russian oil and gas and decision, for example, of Germans to rely on Russian oil and gas, it's very connected because apparently we didn't do our jobs to educate Germans that Russia is very dangerous, their ideology is very dangerous, and you should not put yourself in dependency of Russian oil and gas because it will lead to war. They didn't believe it. Angela Merkel didn't believe it, and it was wrong. And we need to take those lessons into the future because I still that countries like Germany and France, I cannot call them like a victory of information war even now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I quite agree with you that the world after February 24 will be different in many ways and globally. Well, thank you very much. Let's thank our panelists for a great presentations and wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're just in time. So after, no, it's a lunch break, and after the 50 minutes, we continue our conference. Thank you very much. And our international guests, we will show our library that it's not a radar of NATO or American army, but in reality library. So this is one from myths and fake news what they spread about this library. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to continue our conference and introduce you with next speaker, Dr. Neville Bolt from United Kingdom. And Neville Bolt is director of King's Centre for Strategic Communications, King's College, and editor of journal Defense Strategic Communications. And yes, please, Neville, floor is yours. And we will continue our conference.
Thank you. Oh, I see. Gosh, this is bright. So we should begin, yes? Good afternoon. As Gatis kindly said, I'm Neville Bolt, and it's a great pleasure and it's a great privilege to be among you today, and thank you for inviting me here and for giving me such a warm welcome. So, my own career history is as a former investigative journalist and a journalist who specialized in covering war zones. And the first half of my career, and the second half is as an academic, specializing in strategic communications. And that's really quite a big jump, because if you ask a journalist a question, they'll usually say to you, yep, I'll give you the answer. It's like this, this, this. Ask an academic, and the first answer you get is, well, you know, it's very complicated. And this particular topic, I think, as we've seen already this morning, is enormously complicated. And we're trying to make sense of it somehow. And so we meet at a time when one nation state is attempting to drive out of existence a neighboring nation state with horrific consequences. So two nation states, Russia and Ukraine, with very different views of their own sense of nationhood, what it means to be a nation. And this conflict resonates clearly in the Baltics, where sustained and systematic subversion is being carried out by the neighbor from the east. So I want to look at two problematical concepts, two different ideas, and they're contained within the title of the event. First, disinformation, often presented as a tool of aggression, probably usually presented as a tool of aggression. And then second, I want to look at imagined community, which is, in my opinion anyway, and there are differing opinions on this, a socially constructed idea around the nation and national identity. So both disinformation and the idea of the nation, national identity, can be projected inside a country and outside a country's borders. And then what I want to do is show disinformation and nationalism as everyday dimensions of strategic communications. I hope we'll see why this discussion is more complex than at first it appears. So just a reminder, I know we've covered some of this ground this morning, and we've had lots of really interesting contributions all morning, but let me just revisit just one or two very basic definitions. So disinformation, first of all, what is it, and what's the problem? Disinformation is the deliberate dissemination of erroneous information with a view to subvert the political status quo of another actor or country. And misinformation associated with disinformation is the unintentional spreading of that same erroneous information. Fine. What's the problem? The problem, disinformation is understood, I believe, too narrowly as an operational tactic of hostile states through an ahistorical lens. To trace disinformation back simply, as some people do, to Soviet active measures, for example, is to look for short-term, not long-term strategic effect. It's a concept, however, with much, much greater reach. Disinformation operates in a broad ecology of truth versus untruth-telling, evidence versus not simply lies, but ambiguity. And I would underline the word ambiguity. Yet it's misunderstood as a campaign or operational tactic. Counter-disinformation campaigns respond by building media literacy programs, fact-checking projects, and open source and covert intelligence gathering. However, disinformation is woven into the very fabric of what it means to be a human being. How human beings perceive deception and disruption. If you like, it's almost part of our DNA. It's certainly part of our body politic. So, I work in strategic communications. Disinformation and the imagined community of the nation feature prominently in that world because, to a large extent, it's a world of nation-states challenging other nation-states or nation-states being challenged by sub-nation organizations or social movements. Strategic communications, I'm putting it very simply, but it's about shifting and shaping long-term discourses in society. And it's achieved by shaping memory of the past into stories about the present with which people can identify sufficiently to consider changing the way they think or behave in future. It aims to create a strategic effect with a target audience, not a general audience, targeted audiences. So to change how someone thinks and acts in response to your own value system and your own interests. Now, this concern for the long term, what the historian Fernand Braudel called the longue durée of history, does not just look to the future, but to the past. And it molds a continuity from multiple discontinuities. It merges past events into the present, then into the future in a new teleology. A teleology whereby we read the meaning of today from today's perspective, with an assumption that history had to end up here. But of course, history never had to end up here. History finds its own way and decides somehow where it's going to end up. It's just we who interpret it always from today's perspective. We've already heard from George Orwell this morning via Gatis. Thank you. So I'll go to a different text, Gatis, and I look at George Orwell's 1984. His dystopian novel, written in 1947 and published in 1948, hence 1984. He switched the numbers round. George Orwell famously wrote, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." A leading sociologist, Benedict Anderson, called the nation, quote, an imagined community. It's a state of mind, he said, willing a sovereign state of citizens into being, a story about self-identity made up of carefully selected elements from the recent and from the distant past. And these must blend into a coherent and consistent story of the past that legitimizes one's role in the present and offers hope of owning the future. Orwell would have seen nation building and the idea of the nation at the heart of it as the embodiment of strategic communications, a long-term discourse, a form of collective storytelling, but not necessarily evidential truth. Remember Serbia's Milosevic back in 1989 during the Balkan Wars. And to the Serbian faithful, he recalled the Battle of Kosovo 600 years before. And he recalled the Battle of Kosovo as a great moment to celebrate in Serbian national history and national identity. What Milosevic didn't mention was that the Serbs at the Battle of Kosovo had suffered massive defeat at the hands of the Ottoman Turks. Yet still, he turned the story completely on its head and used it as a moment of glorification of national identity. So Benedict Anderson, he grappled with the question of what is a nation, because it's a really difficult concept, what is a nation? And he answered, it's a community that is limited inside its borders, that is sovereign, where, quote, nations can dream of being free, unquote. And most important, which is imagined, a comradeship, a fraternity, as he says, that makes it possible for so many millions of people not so much to kill as willing to die for such limited imaginings, but to spread that national identity. Print literature was needed in the form of newspapers, novels, or history books, written in the vernacular or national language, not a foreign language. And in Latvia, as I understand it, Gluck's translation of the Bible, just before 1700, and Stender's grammar and dictionary, 100 years later, were building blocks, key building blocks, in Latvia's emerging national identity. Latvia historically defined its independent, sovereign nation through Latvian nationalism in relation to German minorities inside its own borders, or to a Russian ethnic minority also inside its own borders. But also, over centuries, it defined itself against Teutonic Knights, German imperial ambitions, and Bolshevik annexation at the beginning of the last century. New thinkers add new perspectives on the nation as an imagined community. Some call themselves primordialists. They say the nation has always existed in human history. Others, perennialists, say the nation isn't part of nature, even though it's been around for 1,000 or more years. But instrumentalists see the nation as a recent social construct shaped by the hands of rival political economic elites. Now, in what's been called the long decade of disinformation, the last decade, Putin's nationalist Russia has been prominent. It's interfered in other nation states, famously and covertly, in the 2006 US presidential elections, But few Western liberal democracies have escaped some attempts by Moscow at destabilization. And it's widely recognized, I think there's a consensus among most Western democratic nations that these incidents form part of a systematic industrial-scale campaign to undermine the political status quo in neighboring former Soviet states in order to reassert a regional hegemony, a sphere of influence. But then further afield, to assert a presence in geopolitics by creating a new subservient relationship or by fanning division via social media platforms in states. And this aggression has fabricated erroneous information to feed into already heated divisions in Western societies. The divisions precede the disinformation, but fueling further fragmentation. Yet, this is only one form of disinformation. Even though this is what we're all focused on, this is only one form of disinformation. Today's war in Ukraine is founded, as we've heard this morning, on Russia's claim to ownership of Ukrainian soil and its history. But it's been built on a sustained projection of tropes throughout the last decade. And again, we've heard this morning, these include Ukrainians are Nazis, homosexuals, have no Ukrainian language, they have no authentic history, and most recently, they're even drug addicts as well. Russia would deny Ukraine its history, which Kiev claims predates Russia's and reaches back 1,000 years. Vladimir Putin's engagement with Russia's own history is a conscious act of reconstruction within a framework of Eurasianism. Some scholars argue his focus on the so-called Great Patriotic War and embellishing the calendar with new national celebration days capitalize on the Russian nation's deeply rooted desire only to look backwards, not to the empire of the Soviets, but the empire of Catherine and Peter. But to live in a today that is underwritten by its past, a long and glorious past. And some argue there is no inclination to want to look towards the future. This, they say, has always been the case in Russian nationalism. History will always be a construction of past and a curation of past events. But it's a carefully selected and a carefully curated storyline in search of a subjective truth. Projected internally, historical construction might be seen as disinformation. Equally, it might just be what all nation-states do to build their identity. Define themselves against the past, against the hostile outsider, even against internal contest from rival elites. Projected externally, it can become a tool of aggression that not only tries to impose a, let's call it fictional or imagined view of itself on another state, but as with the case of Russia, to want to subsume the identity and nationally constructed story of a neighboring state into its own. So is Russia's story about itself a product of disinformation to its own people? And if not, and if it has its own integrity, historically speaking, then at what point does nationalism transform into disinformation? This is a difficult question. There's a further question here. It places disinformation onto a higher level of discussion. Western liberal democracies face threats from three authoritarian directions: Russia, China, and Islamic fundamentalist movements, such as state-centric ISIS and networked non-state-centric Al-Qaeda. Each projects its own story that anchors its own values and identities, and their stories are hostile and they're erroneous in Western eyes. They're seen as disinformation writ large. Still, they raise the question, what is disinformation? ISIS was briefly an embryonic state. It told the story about itself, rooted in a religious ideology, which it traced back to the birth of Islam. For nearly 2 decades, Western governments pursued counter-narratives. They argued this interpretation was not only poor theology, but deliberately misled and distorted others to win recruits to their authoritarian cause through disinformation. Yet for ISIS, this was what I would call strategic certainty. The harder the West attacked their discourse as disinformation, the more certain they became that their story was the true word of God. Alternative narratives about Western values replaced counter-narratives, but still with little success. Now, by contrast, China pursues a strategic ambiguity. And we ask, is China the good guy or the bad guy? The Belt and Road Initiative is presented to the world as the most generous public diplomacy offering since the Marshall Plan. It promises economic expansion for its neighbors and currency stability internationally. Meanwhile, China pursues acts of aggression in the East and South China Seas. It uses threats and it uses force to contest sovereign territory with Japan, Taiwan, and Vietnam. And it rejects international tribunal rulings against China's claims over the 9-dash line that runs through the South China Sea. Beijing's denial uses for its authority a map that was drawn up by the new revolutionary China in 1947 by a cartographer. And that map draws on a handwritten book from some 600 years ago. So the question here is, would the true China please stand up? Russia pursues not strategic certainty necessarily, and not even strategic ambiguity, but I would suggest strategic opportunism. Pushing, probing, invading, undermining national stories of some states, but backing both sides in discursive conflicts inside democratic states, or attempting to eradicate the memory of populations by destroying their societies and human life, as we see in Ukraine. Disinformation practiced by nation states inhabits a world of nuance, not absolutes. A world of shades of grey, not black and white. It's a world where dissimulation, deception, disruption are common. It's a world of uncertainty and ambiguity. Nation states form the architecture of our rules-based international community. But national identity separates one from the next. Yet nationalism projects outside, not just inside, its borders. So we've heard this morning that Putin processes his Nazi accusation against Ukraine through Russia's resistance to Nazism during the Great Patriotic War. And it's important for us to note that narratives, stories, are not just pursued by trying to impose a fabricated story or by trying to throw slogans at an opponent. They're filtered indirectly through a third medium to which values have been successfully already attributed. We know the Nazis were bad. Historians tell us so. Nazis lost the war. Ukraine is being processed through the same account. Essentially, the Second World War, the Great Patriotic War, is acting as a kind of metaphor, if not a kind of clearing ground, a filtering ground for Moscow's current account. So to fight Putin's narrative with a Western counter-narrative is difficult. It's not as easy as just saying no, and here's the evidence. Because it risks treating Putin's ideology with moral equivalence. Even attempting to disprove absurd assertions through historical evidence gathering risks calling into question the validity of that evidence. It is not being judged in a court of law, after all. It's being judged in the court of public opinion. And the question is, which public opinion, which public is doing the judging? And the answer is, it depends on the target audience as to who is doing the judging. So, to the question, is the Nazi story about Ukraine a Putin success story? The answer is, it depends on whom you ask. It's not simply the degree to which you feel you can present evidential cause and effect. Not a court of law, it's a court of public opinion. So at what point do these subjectivities blur the lines with a disinformation that we are seeking to challenge through evidence-based attribution? When the proof positive we so dearly crave is met with outright denial and rebuff. So I think we do ourselves a disservice by oversimplifying disinformation as a black and white covert activity pursued through tactical campaigns. It's a much more complex, ethical, philosophical, but also practical debate. It's a truth versus untruth debate, absolutely, yes, but it's being played out in a world of ambiguity and constantly shifting uncertainty. Thank you. Should I go back there?
Yes, thank you. You can stay because you will participate in the next panel. Yeah. So because we have a lot of different questions, but now I'm inviting Nika Alexeyeva, head of next panel, and Nika is a lead researcher for the Baltics in the Atlantic Council Digital Forensic Research Lab. And Nika will invite herself. Yeah, your panelists, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here exploring this super complicated issue of how history is being used and abused by disinformation. And let me invite all of the speakers to the stage, and then I'll introduce all of them one by one. So, as Gatis mentioned, I'm the lead digital forensic researcher in the Baltic states at Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. And for the 5 past years, my job was to identify, expose, and explain disinformation and malign information campaigns. So you'll see my approach to the discussion will be very hands-on. And I felt in the questions that were put in the Slido tool during the last panel, we are all urging for answers for the question, what should we do? To do that, I'm joined by excellent panelists today. So Neville Bolt, as the speaker you just heard, doesn't need any introduction anymore. We have Gatis Krūmiņš. Gatis is the Policy and Publications Manager in the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence, and he has a background in military planning and military diplomacy. The first speaker you see on the panel is Agnieszka Legutska. She's the analyst on Russia in Eastern Europe program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. And Ms. Legutska has published multiple studies on Kremlin, Chinese disinformation, including disinformation on COVID-19 pandemics. And last but not least, we have Raimonda Miglinaite. She's Information and Communications Officer at East Chatcom Task Force. And Ms. Miglinaite is also the expert on disinformation, but also she has an ability to actually do something, or at least her organization, via the project EU versus Disinformation, is in the position to do something via monitoring, responding, and raising public awareness about pro-Kremlin disinformation. So now, without the further ado, let me kickstart the discussion by asking first question to Mr. Carlsberg. And the question is, as you have military background, where we are currently at in understanding the information environment, and how can strategic communication, in how military understands it, could actually help us to get probably ahead of what's happening?
With your permission, I will try to go. There are well-prepared questions, so I will try to answer in a question as well. But before, as Neville, I will not contradict to you by surprise, but I will use one example. You were speaking of 1984, so it just reminded me of another fantastic film. It's Emir Kusturica, very famous director of film industry in former Yugoslavia, good friend of Shoigu. Currently, he is a director, artistic director of military theater in Moscow, if he's not out at the moment. Typically, they are flying away when hardships arise. But why I want to mention, because few of his films are just outstanding, and one of them is Underground. And what we are speaking here, in some sense, those are parallel worlds. Those are parallel truths. And just in few words, we speak about the Second World War, which finished, and then Tito, of that time, is not the real leader of Yugoslav army against Nazis. There's another leader, but this another leader is kept in the underground. And there is a normal life going on. And Tito is going each night down to the leader and telling Nazis are still here. They're looking for you. So why I mention this, those parallel lives, parallel truths, and you know, this is really kind of, it's not court of justice, but court of people's minds. So I do think this is a bright example to see where we are. And let me start by saying that we were really very bad in the Western world to realize this. In some sense, you know, this war was going on from 100 years ago. The revolution, in some sense, is not over. It's different, kind of. So I would say we were very bad prepared. Basically, what we were doing, we were fighting more tactical battles and very well equipped to look from strategic perspective on what's going on. The only fortunate thing, there always should be a good news, that our enemies, and I clearly point out enemies, were extremely ill-prepared, in particular in their military domain. So this is kind of a lucky card on our side. But unfortunately, it is very tragical for the people who are dying currently. And definitely, it's very bad. We have lost a lot of time. So for first thing what I would suggest to do, and it's whether military or defense planning, what is more my not military but defense planning part, is soberly assess situation. And for decades we were spending our energy and resources and time refuting cynical lies. So basically, as Neville, you mentioned, Latvian Sarnezis, Ukrainians, Banderovci. So we are a failed state here in Latvia. We lost sovereignty to European Union or NATO or both, and they are easily influencing our Western elections. So and our actions at best were extremely weak, and only, I would underline, only on tactical level. So. Neither we, on let's say on public side, on government side, nor our societies were really prepared for strategic battlefield. So our Western narratives were really weak, multiple, and didactic. So, for example, what was among four main narratives for Macron's elections? That was increase of retirement age from 62 to 64 or 65. And again, it's a very normal question for civilized liberal democracies. However, this is a part of presidential election narrative. And that's how democracies are working. And in addition, in a liberal world, we have a lot of free media, we have uncontrollable social media, we have opposition parties, and apparently, if you have a milk in your fridge, you notice it only when you don't have milk in the fridge. So the same goes with our freedom, with our sovereignty, and democracy. We just don't miss it. And we can definitely ask our Ukrainian friends and allies how they feel about all of this. And in abundance of information, one can easily lose his path. So where is the truth? Does the truth exist? Is this death of truth, or this is a death of a narrative? And here comes, as well as it was indicated for this panel, to look from perspective of triad of memory, identity, and story. So I wanted to add another triad, which is in a very close interplay with those three: individual, society, and leadership. And it all goes, the interplay is not always very clear, but there is, when story or narrative is coming from leadership, but it is approved by society and individual, or disapproved. So, and through the story creation process, we connect and we place ourselves into wider picture, world of collective narratives. Thus we place ourselves within the societies. So this kind of continuous and reciprocal process between me and society and sovereign. So in Prince, if we go back to Machiavelli, the sovereign is always trying to manipulate and sometimes create narratives. So here we speak of death of narrative or abundance of narratives. And if we would compare Western world as a blue team and enemies as a red team, and that's something what I wanted to compare here, we must definitely understand the main drive of our enemies, and I assume we are in the blue team at the moment. And here we look for enemies and competitors, to be very precise. And Neville, you mentioned Russia, China, and terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda. While blue team, us, what we are playing, all those decades we were playing what? Partnerships, cooperation, business, basically business, and a bit of competition. At max we had very limited, not even regional military exercises. What at the time were playing red team? Destruction of Western societies. So we were totally out of any agreed rules within this game. And very clearly, that's the reason why we are losing at the moment. Maybe not the moment, I better always keep past tense in this respect. So back to history. Communist Russia ruthlessly destroyed their own society, and they built a new one, and was working for global expansionism of communism. And in some sense, at that time, 100 years ago, this was a part of fear case, because exploitation of workforce, illiteracy was immense in Russian Empire at the beginning of century. It was around 76%, and Tsarist monarchy was not treating people much better as they are doing today's Russia. So leadership was providing very strong ideology supported by forceful narratives, and destroyed society received new identity, dictatorship of proletariat in a way. So, and memory, which was mentioned earlier, was erased. So you have a new people, and that was a part of those times, new people. And now, to today's Russia is so different. And in fact, if we go back, Russia never admitted crimes done by communists. In fact, even not regretted. So, and if you are not part, if expansion of communism, if you are not communist, you are our enemy. So this is part of legacy as well. If you are not part of Russia, you are our enemy, in a sense, what you can see currently in our life. So communism is dead, but there is no substitute ideology. So where where Russia is going, back to the Tsar, monarchy of KGB. Still, to cement such kind of monarchy, you need central narrative, something what would really unite majority of people or minds or voters for such kind of truth. And so far, there have been constant efforts, and here in Latvia we have 30 years of regaining independence, and it was constant efforts to establish the concept of Russian world, which, coupled with illiberal totalitarian Russian Empire by Alexander Dugin, promoted, and not only him, that could replace absence of proper ideology. And Putin could be this monarch on the top. However, this model on its own was not working enough well. Therefore, eternal enemies, and we are back to 100 years ago for communists, eternal enemies are always very, very helpful. So when you look at opinion polls, always starting with Chechen, where it was the first time for Putin to use this, ratings were growing. So support of electorate and support of opinion polls was on his side. And honestly, this is only recipe he has in his mind, and Kremlin as well. So what's going to happen? I'm going to wrap up. Nick, don't worry, soon. What's going to happen? Today's Kremlin's grip on society through memory, identity, and story is very strong. And I believe that they still haven't reached the peak. And we don't know the answer what will happen after eventual power shift in Kremlin. So what will be the next leadership? And whether it will be stronger or it will be weaker. We can always remember a social experiment in the North Korea. So everything is possible. Of course, we could say not in Russia, but we can't exclude it. So, but one thing is absolutely clear, that nobody could fully derail existing narrative. It's just out of, whether it's Navalny, name it. There will be nobody who really derails this. This we need to understand. And therefore, detoxification of minds will take long time, very long time, if it will start at all. So that's still in front of us. And sorry for bad news. So what must be done? And in this respect, I agree that it's really difficult to jump into a Russian domain in this respect, at least directly. We know the Cold War years we had Free Europe, American voice, which was functional, but it was element, and it was, let's say, for minorities here in Baltics, maybe in Poland, but it was very limited, so to say, outreach. So what we can really do, we can affect ourselves. So that's part of our Western community to do. And again, I will repeat, the first thing to do for us is really fully, soberly recognize the potentially catastrophic magnitude of ongoing processes. And this is not only Russia. I do think we should really look what's going within Asia side as well, what was mentioned earlier. This is fundamental for this, honestly. We must clear dust, I would say, from our liberal democratic narratives. We were very shy about them, and I do think Ukrainian friends were raising the flags of liberal democracies. They are the frontrunners in this field. And yes, we should not forget how we can affect disinformation, misinformation, how we can restrict, how we could control this, but it is only, as was said in previous panel, it is only a reactive mode. We must move to proactive mode. Thirdly, all state institutions must really contribute to societal resilience, and cognitive defense is only one side, one part of the process. We definitely must prepare our economy, and if you say this is not part of narrative, sorry, this is a strong narrative, and for Russia a strong narrative was clear signals that Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2 is undergoing. This is a narrative by itself, and just name economic dimension. We must extend our partnerships with other democracies, so world is much wider. Here is no part for partisanship, so Europe is too small, United States is too small alone. So we definitely go to Japan, we go to Australia, and name it, other South Korea and New Zealand. So this is something we must work, and definitely, for the last point I would mention, there are many others, substantially strengthen defense and security capacity. So, for this long, strategic patience should be on our side, and what narratives on Ukrainian side, and this is really my part, I just wrote them, so I will read them out, and what towards Russia should be, if we go to the Russian side. The first and most important, what those Russians are repeating themselves, even before war broke out, that Putin is one who is destroying Russia with his own hands and future of Russians. Secondly, from our side, that we will continue to help Ukraine by all means. We will help to weaken, and the Americans finally came very loudly up with this, to weaken Russia, not let them any more wars afterwards. So this is determination of the Western world. We should remind of internal fragmentation, and this is part of not only federal republics, but as well, we know that already parts of China, or Chinese-dominated parts, so this is a part of narrative. And the last and most important, if Russia anytime will really decide to check NATO readiness, then it will take hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlsbergs. Now I will ask Ms. Legutska, and can you please characterize how Kremlin disinformation during peacetime is different from the wartime reality of what stories, what narratives, and also forms of how disinformation is being presented to audiences? If you can differentiate between domestic and especially external European audiences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. Much has been said, but I will try to be brief. We don't have much time, and I really appreciate the discussion and sharing the views. Okay, I will start with the very basic thing that we are living in the information bubbles, right? It's also something that it came from the social media and how the internet works. So we are using Facebook, Twitter, and Google. Russians are using Yandex and VKontakte, and it's not only the thing that is made by. But it's also made by Russian authorities. But also when I'm switching to RuTube, there is something like this, like the alternative for the YouTube. It doesn't work very well. Now it's not working. It was under the construction because it was blockaded. I don't know how it works today, but it was attacked and etc. But Russian authorities tried to build the alternative to the YouTube. So we are living in the parallel world, the underground or the Iron Curtain. But when I'm switching to the Russian propaganda, I see the different world, the different story, the different narrative, the total different life. And sometimes when I look too much of these stories, I have a feeling that I can believe in what they are saying. So I have to switch it off sometimes because it is very emotionally, it is quite good enough to work on something what was today's mentioned, social memory, social imaginary framing the social identities and people. What I would like to distinction before I will start to answering the question, distinction between disinformation and propaganda, because those terms are usually mixing the terms. So there are things that Russians are using is propaganda, disinformation. Disinformation was the word that invented Russians, right? Because at the basic thing in the English dictionary, there was misinformation, unintentionally like leading information, right? But on purpose, when someone or like nowadays Russia would like to misinform intentionally, there is a purpose to do so, there is a special word, disinformation. And they are knowing how to do it 100 years. They are doing that. That was already mentioned by Mr. Bold as active measures. So there was a huge experience how to do it. During the Cold War, there was special forces, KGB, and so on to do so. But now it's more work like network. It gets used to our societies, how our societies are working. But this distinction between disinformation and propaganda is good. It's well to understand because I'm simplifying the complexity, what you were talking about this disinformation things. But when I look at this thing, what Russia is doing, that internally they are more likely to use propaganda to convince its own society, but outside they are more likely to use disinformation to confuse our societies as a Western societies. And I would like to use this, let's say, to imagine that we are in the bubble. So bubbles, informational bubbles. So we are living in the Western bubble of information, and Russians live in their Eastern bubble. And there are others bubbles that our previous speakers was mentioning: Asian bubble, African bubble, and etc. I will come to this. So when it comes to the Russian bubble and the propaganda, and there is a lot of also disinformation messages to confusing Russian societies, but the aim to the Russian propaganda is to convince Russian societies that Putin is right, that the war in Ukraine is on good purposes, that the denazification laboratories, genocide is going on in Ukraine since 2014. So also your very good institution is saying that those narratives are just repeating itself since 2014. And what was mentioned in one radio station, one Russian journalist said that my nie donieśli этой prawdy na Zapad. It means that they were not able to convince the West about the truth about that in Russia, that in Ukraine there is Nazist. What means that there are in the bubble about the truth in the quotes that in Ukraine there are Nazis. Once Berlusconi said that if there is no story about something in television, that it means that it does not exist. In my opinion, Putin went further, meaning that even if something is not exist, meaning Nazis in Ukraine, laboratories in Ukraine, a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, it does not mean that you cannot create it through the television. And it's exactly what is going on through the propaganda in Russia. But the question that you are asking, how he is trying to convince us in our bubble that something exists if it's not exist. And it's quite hard to do so because we are living in our bubbles, we are using our networks, we are using our social media. So the tactics during the peacetime of Russian propaganda and Russian disinformation is quite different than in Russian bubble. And it was quite smart because it was in one slogan that still has, even if we blocked RT and Sputnik, but it was in one slogan RT has. If you would now you cannot, fortunately, but if you would open the website of RT, Russian TV, before it was called Russian TV, after that they changed the name to confuse us. But if you would open the website, the most important slogan of the RT was question more. And that was the sense of how they were working here. They were questioning more of our way of life we have. Meaning that what can be more interesting, more democratic by meaning the debate, giving more question about our societies, about our Western way of life, our democracies, but how they were putting Russian narratives inside Western bubble, informational bubble. So they were putting in between lines, like reading, you should as an analyst, you should read between the lines. So they were putting the slogans, the messages with the anti-American, anti-European, anti-NATO. Inside countries, you could also find some local elements like anti-LGBT, anti-vaccines during the pandemic, everything with anti. But also, they were putting Russia in between those lines with anti, that Russia is also anti-systemic actor, or anti-globalist, or anti-establishment actor. And everyone who were like observer of these messages, they were like, started to think, okay, Russia is one of the blamed, the victim of the system. If Russia is one of the victim of the system, of this wrong system that Americans made, or the globalization made, the wrong globalization, the capitalism, or something, the elites, the Bill Gates, or whatever, or afterwards, Russia put in some ideas that maybe some Ukrainians were involved in it, or Jews were involved in it, and some great stories behind that, or some, stories about vaccines were very good. That was the good place for growing stories behind that. And and about yellow vests, they were inviting you remember about in France there were demonstrations about yellow vests. They were inviting them to the television to have investigation. So that was the place where Russia was just saying everyone who is blaming Russia for something is just Russophobic. We are, as a Russia, we are a victim of the system. We are victim of the American rules in the world, of the hegemonic actor. And what after the invasion and aggression to Ukraine started to change, right? Because it was a challenge for the Russian disinformation, special services, propaganda. That was a challenge to force this narrative to the bubble, to our bubble, to the Western bubble. It was harder, but not impossible, especially the Bucha, right? What happened, the stories, the pictures. So, and they've acted as a common manner. So with the three elements: deny, accuse, and alternative stories. Deny that Russians didn't do it. It is not logical. It is not possible, because we Russians, we are victim. Accuse everyone except Russians. They were accusing all the actors that they were in Bucha, including Americans, British, not only Ukrainians, because not only Ukrainians were blamed. Every photographers, any investigators who were in Bucha, they were blamed for this crime. And what is usually working, they are putting so many stories afterwards that they were actors, and then you put some different stories behind it, that people get confused. So if you are in these, stories, if you are a guy who think that Russia is a victim of the America system and etc., and you are sympathize with Russia, after so many stories of alternative that Russian propaganda and disinformation actors is giving you, you're starting to believe that maybe those alternative stories, that those were actors who were coming up and after the car went up, you started to think maybe there is something in it. And this is the aim of the Russian propaganda here. I know that I wanted to be brief. I will come to Poland, one thing, because I come from Poland. And this is important, because what Russia is doing right now in Poland, it's using refugees problem, right? Because Poland was the country which accepted now it's changing the numbers, but almost 2 million people in 2 months. So it is an exceptional situation. But what Russia is doing, Russia is using the one, only I will give you one example. The concerned cousin, probably you remember from the pandemic time, a concerned cousin about the vaccines or something like this. So now we have in the internet and social media, the concerned cousin about that Ukrainian women will take our husbands, or the concerned cousin that will take our places in schools for our children, or concerned cousins that Ukrainians refugees will take our places in hospitals or something like this. Concerned cousins. This is something very common in Russian social media. So Poles are very aware of Russian disinformation, but these elements of refugees will be very used in the future by Russian disinformation. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A lot of insightful examples. And, yeah. So now let's move on to Ms. Miglinaite. And let's get to more kind of practical, hands-on things. First, about challenges, maybe following up what Ms. Legutska just elaborated on, mentioned a few cases. What are the new challenges that the Stratcom task force is facing and during the wartime, and how do you counter it? Are there new methods you are thinking about? Maybe something already proved to be effective?
Thank you very much for your question. I was a little bit concerned that you will ask me, how do we solve this, after we heard that we've been doing so little, and we're underprepared. I don't necessarily agree with that, but let me explain. New challenges, it's, I think, very much a thought-provoking question, because, as it was already said here, what we call pro-Kremlin disinformation is mind-numbingly repetitive. That's actually the point. We collect specific examples of pro-Kremlin disinformation. We've been doing that since 2015. They're available publicly in a public database. And so there are hundreds and hundreds of examples of someone being a Nazi, according to pro-Kremlin media, not just Ukraine, but also Poland, but also Baltic states. It is very hard to quantify disinformation. We did try, though. We tried to calculate how often Russian or pro-Kremlin media mentions Nazis in the context of Ukraine. And we saw, this was a finding of March 1st, so we saw that 3 months before the 1st of March, so essentially 3 months before the war, the mentions of Nazis in the context of Ukraine increased by 290%. So really very, very clear focus there. So the narratives have been there, out there for quite a while. And we were talking today also about the role of disinformation in Russia proper. And I think what's changing probably is exactly that. Because we talked also here how for years the Kremlin instrumentalized and kind of preyed on our vulnerabilities, exacerbated social polarization, et cetera, searched for those vulnerable spots to exploit. Now, arguably, at least the bigger part of the pro-Kremlin's disinformation machine is geared to the war, to justify it and to fuel it, and particularly for domestic audiences. In Russia proper, we're effectively observing military censorship. So you've probably heard about the draconic laws that are imposed there, where, it has been an authoritarian regime for a couple of decades, right? But what we're seeing now is a new level, and we've quoted Orwell here. It really starts resembling Ministry of Truth, where certain things cannot be said without risking long jail sentences. What that does is not only controls what can be said, who is doing the saying, but essentially limits the space for public conversation. It limits public space, right? And so as a result, I think even more people sort of shut down, and it's a whole another topic when people say, okay, I'm not political, don't touch me with politics. I'm not concerned with politics. If you're not concerned with politics, remember that politics is always concerned with you, right? But what that also does, is, in a sense, it radicalizes the rhetoric even more. And I think we've noticed that, for example, in recent comments of Foreign Minister Lavrov, his anti-Semitic comments, right? You might recall also there was RIA Novosti, as you know, is a state-controlled news agency. There was an op-ed, I think in the beginning of April, a horrendous piece basically saying what Russia should do with Ukraine. And if you had seen this, then you know that it's basically saying that Ukrainian Nazism was more dangerous than Hitler's version, and it essentially called for destruction of all that is Ukrainian. So scary things, right? What that does, and I think Olena said it in the panel earlier, that essentially dehumanizes Ukrainians. And we saw a result of that, right, in Bucha and other places. So in a sense, we're still facing this kind of propaganda disinformation challenge, but the stakes are so much higher now. I want to say something else, a little bit reacting to what Agnieszka said about Russophobia. I learned recently that Alexander Dugin, who was also mentioned here, so-called the Kremlin's philosopher. Sort of reacting to the debacle of Minister Lavrov, he wrote a text, I believe it was from last week, where he essentially said that to justify denazification as the objective in Ukraine, we need to equate Nazism with Russophobia. Because it is, Jews sort of who define, the categories of anti-Semitism, etc. And if we say that, denazification is essentially fighting Russophobia, then it's up to Russians to define what that is. And as Agnieszka said, when we hear in how many contexts that Russophobia term is used, so that's really sort of updating, if you will, this historical trope. The other part of the question is, what are we doing with it? Oh, that's the easy one, of course. What to do about it? I think I'm going to repeat what Elena said, support Ukraine. I mean, that's the main thing, and we need to support it, at the government level, but also individually. Ukraine needs our attention always. But another very, very important thing, I think that touches us, both at government level, at society level, but also individually, is support independent media. This kind of sort of Ministry of Truth conditions in Russia happened with the systematic destruction of any semblance of independent media. For example, in Latvia, some independent Russian journalists found refuge. But also through our work, we are in contact with Ukrainian journalists. Their stories are harrowing, what it means to cover war, and how important, like literally independent journalism is now a matter of life or death. And independent journalism in Ukraine particularly helps reveal war crimes. We know what happened in Bucha because of Ukrainian journalists. So support journalists. And in the recent World Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders shows that media situation is deteriorating in a lot of places in the world. So it's not just about Russia. Now coming back to EU, sort of more of our curve. So I represent European External Action Service, Strategic Communications Department there. Our focus is on the East, so EU's East. And we started our work, we have a specific mandate to counter Russia's ongoing disinformation campaigns, and that mandate was given us in 2015. And Ukraine was at the center of attention then, because this was in the context of illegal annexation of Crimea, of Russian aggression in East Ukraine, also of downing of a Malaysian flight MH17. And in a sense, that response that EU has been built gradually through years, also kind of fueled by events like Salisbury poisoning, for example, or attempts to meddle in the elections. So my point here being is that the policy response of EU has developed gradually, and it focuses on several areas that I will mention here very briefly. And one is about common situational awareness. Now this sounds tricky, but this actually reminded me of what was said previously about definitions. How do we define this threat or this phenomena that we deal with? And actually, so we heard here disinformation, propaganda. If you were to look at recent EU documents, policy documents on this issue, you would encounter yet another term called foreign information manipulation and interference. This essentially recognizes that it's not just about what is being said, but how also the messages are being disseminated. So we're looking also at the behavioral aspect. Recognizing that it's intentional, that is harmful, but also importantly, that this manipulation of information can happen not just by disseminating things, but for example, also by suppressing independent voices, by engaging in cyber campaigns, hacks and leaks, etc. So there is work ongoing in that. How do we make sure that we in Europe, across the member states, across the institutions, but also with our international partners, democracies around the world, can share our insights and understand together what it is that we're dealing with. Second part of sort of focus is resilience building. And this is where you have digital literacy, media literacy, strategic communications. And these things are crucial, but they take time. You know, if it's important to educate, I think, school children, for example, and, you know, on these kind of things, but it's going to take, you know, some time. So I think it's also important to note that, you know, sometimes we're not going to see results as immediately as we would like to. And another thing, I think, and this is where it gets interesting, there is a growing understanding and consensus that we need to be able to impose costs on disinformation actors. Because disinforming or spreading this or manipulating information still is relatively low cost and high impact activity. So there is an understanding at the EU level that we need to develop and improve our tools to impose costs on perpetrators. If you're interested in EU documents, you might want to look up EU Strategic Compass. So it's basically a document that will defines the directions of EU foreign and security policy for the next decade, right? And there it says very specifically, we need to develop those tools to impose costs. Now, what that means, sanctions, for example, right? So EU sanctioned RT and Sputnik, and you might say, and this is true, there are ways around it. And this is not going to stop, you know, Russian disinformation in Europe, but arguably that's, you know, one step in imposing the cost. I will perhaps stop here because I see we're running out of time, but happy to answer more questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So hopefully some of the things that that were just said cleared what is being done or where Eastern Task Force is aiming at. And now I would like to turn to the public. And one of the questions we got is, where should we draw the line between propaganda and strategic communication? Is it only about intention? And of course, I will direct it to Mr. Bolt. And to build upon disinformation, you did very good job explaining how it's intertwined in explaining the nation, definition of nations. Should we also consider it as just a tool, irrespective of its kind of bad connotation that we usually assign to it? To put it bluntly, is it justified by Ukraine or European countries to also use some sort of disinformation to counter Russia's imperialistic aims? So I know I put like a ton of responsibility on you here, but yeah, great speaker to answer, I guess.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Strategic communications versus propaganda. That's a terrible question. That's a horrible question to answer. It's the one that we're asked all the time, those of us who work in strategic communications. And in fact, I'd like to say it depends who you're talking to. So here's the problem. If we're in the policy area, we may be using definitions in a particular way. If we're in the academic space, we're probably using definitions in a different way again. If we're walking on the street and talking to the average citizen, we're probably using the definitions in a completely different way again. And this is one of the problems that we have. So I think I said before that strategic communications, which is a fairly recent emergence in terms of the political and geopolitical space. I mean, I can only track it really back to 1997, to Kofi Annan's commission back in, 1997, following a kind of disastrous few years that the United Nations had actually gone through. When they were trying to work out what it is that was going wrong, why everybody hated the United Nations when they thought their value system should be kind of just common sense, should be obvious almost to people. And the reply that came back from Mark Malloch Brown's commission was, well, first of all, your internal communication systems inside the UN are just hopeless. But more important, you are not engaging with target audiences. You're not listening to audiences, and you're not speaking to them in a way that they need to be and want to be spoken to. You're not addressing their grievances and their understandings of the situation. What you need is strategic communications. And it's really back in 1997 that is our kind of starting point. A lot of my own colleagues at King's College University in London, but also other universities, sorry, in the UK and across the world, say, well, strategic communication is just the same as propaganda. You're just basically saying the people you don't like do propaganda. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, they do propaganda, but we're the good guys. We do something called strategic communications, and we root all our thinking in good values. They root their thinking in bad values, which are then propagated through propaganda. The problem is that even propaganda is understood in a variety of ways. Forget whether strategic communications is propaganda. When is propaganda propaganda? If you talk to the Chinese, who actually have ministries of propaganda, which to them it is a form of information science. It's not the same as Russian understandings of propaganda, which come through a Communist Party ideological engagement with the individual on behalf of a centrally directed avant-garde. But if you go into the Western academic space and you ask the question, what is propaganda? And here's the difficulty, because, and there is a fundamental problem that surrounds the whole of this discussion if we're having it in the West, in Western liberal democracies, which is that we're living through a period, and there may be little we can do about it other than for just let time pass, which we would consider to be postmodern or post-structural, post-structuralist. And that means that all opinions are given possibly equal weight. Now that means that the most, what may be dramatically abhorrent opinions to you are still listened to and accorded a respect, that there is a point of view that deserves listening to. It's not about a conversation about scientific, positivist, absolute truth. It's saying there are many truths. And the problem of that is that people like Vladimir Putin exploit that and say, yes, there are many truths. Our truth is a good truth. So it's a very difficult conversation to have. What is propaganda, even in the Western academic space? Because if you look at different academics, I mean, the leading propaganda researchers, the big thinkers over the last 50 years, some will say, I mean, I'm thinking of Philip Taylor, who will say, there's always a grain of truth in propaganda. Is that? It's a very strong academic line of argument. There's another academic line of argument, which is in the West, which is that propaganda is not imposed from above. It is what has been called a co-production between the people and the political elite. Is it? And then there's, you might consider this to be a very extreme position held by one of the most revered academics in the propaganda space called Jacques Ellul, who argued that everything human beings do is propaganda. Now, if I take that idea, which is intellectually fascinating, if I take that idea onto the street, or if I sit next to somebody on a bus and I tell them, well, everything you do is propaganda, they will look at me and say, you must be mad. That is just stupid. Propaganda to the ordinary person means lies, usually used by politicians for their own political purposes. It's kind of what I think most people think it is. And this is the problem we have. I know this is a very long way of trying to answer your question. Strategic communications, I have to though say, as a strategic communicator, I do not believe that we are doing propaganda, whichever definition of propaganda we want to look at. But it is a very difficult, murky position. The second half, very quickly this time. Should the West do disinformation? Well, apart from maybe, what I don't want to do is in this objective, sympathetic, intellectual space. What I don't want to do is offer up tools that Putin can use against us. Do all societies, do all governments engage in some form of disinformation? Yes, probably. It just depends what you mean by disinformation. This is really important. But I think the spirit of the question is, should we tell lies to undermine the lie business that Russia seems to be engaged in? And I think the answer should be no. That we have to stand by a set of values and that we have to expose ourselves in a liberal democracy to a pluralist media environment where we are called to account for our actions and our words. We should not be telling lies. We should at least honor a belief that somewhere there is a truth.
Thank you very much. So Yanis had something to add upon, right?
Yes, very shortly. Neville, imagine I would be one sitting next to an airplane, or in. I could be somebody in academics in Stratcom at the moment as well, and previous life, with a different perspective, with politicians around me. So nothing is bad with propaganda itself. So basically, I even wrote down my definition to deliver a message across in a repetitive and consistent way to audiences. And the question is more back to very popular novel we are quoting today, is The Ministry of Truth. So that's an answer. You get a Ministry of Truth, and we have one country at least where we have such kind of ministry, so you have a solution. Of course, I'm joking. But I do think this is essential question of the truth. Does truth exist? And I believe this is exactly thing where are our enemies and competitors trying to derule us. And on the second yes question, I do think this is part of really our identity. And we are those who keep flag high up that there is a truth, and we can do and should do in a repetitive manner a simple truth. And I would disagree that it's only politicians. So basically, there should be, for society interests, a lot of NGOs and others who are doing the same job. It's part of an educative process, repetition. So there's nothing wrong with this. The question, how you treat it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two other partially related questions from the audience. So Olena is asking that we call it the Putin's war, but at the same time, we know that about 70% of Russians, at least that's what's reported by the sociological researches that we have available, that, of course, it's questionable, are supporting Putin's war. So distinction between Putin's identity, Kremlin, and extending it to the Russia as a nation. And the related question that Monica is asking, what are the new ideas and projects for building informative connection with Russian minority in Latvia? So on one hand, we are in the middle of understanding, is it Putin's war or is it Russia's war? At the same time, what are the options for us not to alienate Russian societies in Europe, Russian expats who are probably in very strong opposition to what Putin does by calling it Russian war. So whoever feels comfortable to take it, Agnieszka and probably Yanis can elaborate on the Latvian situation, and yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, maybe I will take the Russians and the Russia war and Russians war or Putin's war. What I observe for many years that Putin has an ability to feel its own nation and its emotions behind the nation as Russians. And its identity and its understanding. So I know, and I also need to understand, and we also need to understand that Russia now it's a totalitarian state. When our understanding of opinion polls and those data, we need to consider with the distance. I know the data of what was quoted. It's Levada Center. I have admiration for this, for Levada Center. It is a foreign agent called by Russian authorities, but at the same time, I understand, I know how those opinion polls are made, that people are afraid to answer. So they are just hanging up the phone, don't want to answer. So some part of the those data are look like this because people are afraid to answer. But unfortunately, other information and what I observe, that yes, majority of Russians supporting this so-called special operation, military operation. Why I'm calling it as a special, calling it through the Russian narrative? Because Russians do perceive it as a not war. Because before the 29th of May, there was a speculations that Putin will call a war with a real war with Ukraine, and he will call the massive mobilization in Russia. And that was the line that Russian society did not want to put into pass. Because on one hand, they are supporting the war, this special operation, because they perceive it as that Russia is regaining the special status, that they are fighting with Americans, with NATO, that Putin is fighting with Nazis and etc. that was mentioning today. But at the same time, there are some limits for Putin to call it Russians on the war, to fight with Ukrainians, because they know that people in Russia, but that Russians are dying there. So on one hand, there is a bubble, propaganda and disinformation, but people know that Russians are dying there massively. So on one hand, Russian authorities are blocking Instagram, blocking Twitter, blocking people access to information, but at the same time, they passing information between themselves. And it is a Russians' war against Ukraine. But at the same time, they know they don't want to be involved personally in that war. From their perspective, it is some kind of Putin's war, but they would like to see that it is a victory. Because if you ask Russian person, do you like a war? He will say, you know, war is a casualty. He will like say, no, maybe not. It is not a good thing. But if you ask, do you like a victory? Would you like to see a victory in Ukraine? He will say definitely it is a victory. He wants a victory in Ukraine.
Thank you for a good question. And so whether you call Putin's war, Kremlin's war, or Russian war, all of them in some sense are correct, in some not. Clearly, there are more people and perpetrators whose names we all know. There is a list, and there are people who are working on a very precise list of the names. At the second sense, of course, Russian people are taking part in this. This is kind of, I would say, still collective responsibility. But here I would like, previously it was mentioned as well, dehumanization of Ukrainians. I do think this is not dehumanization of Ukrainians. This is dehumanization of humans. And the first place, and the first people are Russians who are dehumanized. They are ones who are taking arms and going to kill Ukrainians. So therefore, this problem is much wider. Today it's Ukraine, next day it could be somebody else. So this, I do think, is one answer to the question. Second, and it's a kind of myth going around in the public media of 68 upspring in Czech Republic, and whether it was that time I am already started clues, whether Václav Havel or somebody said of those 7 people who went to Red Square at that time. So, and therefore, point was, I have 7 reasons to love Russians. Today, we definitely know there are much and many more Russians who are against war. Therefore, it is a tricky line, and definitely we should be very aware of this. On media, another example, when we have media here, not only in Latvia we have Meduza, we have Novaya Gazeta, and Novaya Gazeta is working currently with Novaya Gazeta Europe, so definitely we should be using one segment would be probably here in Latvia. We know that in our Latvian Russian-speaking magazines and journals, war is not on the front pages, so to say. So clearly we see here a problem, and it would be only sane to use such kind of intellectual capacity to promote within diaspora. And I could imagine that in one day this is like in exile, hoping for the best, that there will be outlets which will be able to go back and to gain back their place in Russia proper. Thank you.
I'd just like to add one thought, because I was very impressed by the presentations this morning, and I thought they came up with very strong ideas. And one of them, I think, hit it right on the head, which was a discussion around framing. And it's a fundamental part of all politics, of geopolitics. And it's absolutely central to what is strategic communications. And I just remind you that strategic communications is about long-term shaping of discourses, conversations in society aimed at targeted audiences with a view to trying to change the way they think and the way they behave. And so framing sits right at the heart of that. How do you, basically, what kind of frame do you hang, whichever way you turn, and when you're looking at the world around you? How do you wish to see the world? And I think it goes back to this Putin's war question, which is, how do you, everybody sitting in this room and everybody watching online today, how do you, in the long term, not today, in the long term, with a view to trying to change, hopefully the way that people think about what's happening in Ukraine and beyond today, what do you want to call this war? Not, should we call it Putin's war, but what would you rather call it? And of course, there is a growing conversation in the world at the moment, not all the world, it's fair to say, not in Africa, not in the Indian subcontinent, and not in most of Asia Pacific, that talks about the Putin war. A growing conversation in the West is about, is this the existential war? And I have to just remind you that the Second World War was presented as an existential crisis between freedom and tyranny, if you put it into the words of the philosopher Hannah Arendt. Tyranny versus freedom. Is this what we want to call it? Because clearly this is more than Ukraine's war. I mean, yes, tragically, it's the Ukrainian people who are in the front line of suffering, but Western democratic states are very firmly trying to support a Ukrainian successful outcome to this conflict, to this war. The question is, should we stop calling this Putin's war, and should we call it the existential war? Is this a war about the future, about the survival of democracy, of about liberal? Is it liberal values that are actually now in the firing line? Is that what you might want to call it?
Thank you. Thank you. And another question I'd like to ask, and that would be almost the close-up of our panel. about the current level of resilience, and I will turn to Raimonda to answer that. As Neville said, usually existing divisions in society are being exploited, and migration was in the front lines of headlines since 2014-15, the Syrian war. Now we have big influx of Ukrainian refugees, and recently we left, or maybe are still in it, COVID-19 pandemic and disinformation with new emerging, I would say, a phenomenon as like really the crisis of trust in government or strategic undermining of trust in governments, really expressed as conspiracies, conspiracy theories. So how all these aspects, migration, low trust in government, plus conspiracy thinking that became more mainstream, is influencing our resilience to Kremlin disinformation? I know another like heavy question to answer, but I'm sure you'll manage it.
Well, I mean, to answer directly, of course, it's eroding resilience, right? As has been said here, you know, throughout the years, the Kremlin disinformation ecosystem became very well adapted of targeting particular messages to very specific audiences to precisely exploit those vulnerabilities. And they will look different from country to country, from audience to audience, so to speak. I think it is a challenge to measure resilience. There are some studies done in certain regions where, you know, academics and the think tanks are trying to devise the various indexes of how do we do that. But I think, and I talk here, I think across the field, not just for the EAS Stratcom, is that we understand way more about the supply side of disinformation, if you will, and way less about the demand side. One sort of a hope is that, you know, that this process would, you know, that resilience building would give fruit long term. So, you know, starting from the very simple things, like if this is a part, for example, of school curricula, and children are able then to distinguish or understand fundamentally, for example, how algorithms of social media work, right? If you understand that social media algorithms favor engagement or reaction rather than accuracy, then I think there's going to be some, you know, kind of safeguard in one's brain before you kind of start trusting very emotional or emotion-evoking content. But these are things, as I said, that, you know, that take really long time. And one needs to invest in that. There's also something to say, so there was a question, I think, in previous panel about debunking. And I agree with you that this is obviously not an absolute solution for everything. It is, I think, a necessary part in it. But there's also, you know, such things as pre-bunking, when you kind of anticipate what's going to come out there and sort of put out those messages and maybe even explanation of why, you know, these are coming out. It's really, you know, it's really hard to give a definite answer, because I think as situation evolves, we will have new vulnerabilities, you know, that we will need to patch up. You know, and I think exactly what you said, this is, I think, also the core, you know, because our convictions about certain things, and pandemic really showed us, right, are not necessarily directly linked to availability of objective evidence. It has a lot to do with our, you know, moral convictions. And this is specifically vaccine debate, right? Sometimes it was not about whether I trust, you know, my doctor or, you know, this medical authority, but what do I think about limits of my personal freedom versus what government tells me to do? Or what do I think about so-called purity of my body? So my point is that these new points of vulnerability will continue to emerge. Being aware of that is already, I think, a step forward. I take some, I mean, it's complicated to talk about these things, and things kind of look gloomy, but I take some comfort from Edward Lucas, actually, who has said, I'm not sure at one occasion, but, you know, we tend to talk about Russia's disinformation and the Kremlin's manipulation, and it's like some evil mastermind that puts, you know, pulls the strings, but actually, they are exploiting our vulnerabilities, which means that we have the agency to deal with them. And that, I don't know, I guess that makes me kind of glass half full kind of person. Is that sort of an answer to your question? I'm sorry if it's not specific enough.
Thank you. No, it was a great answer, I believe. So the last closing question for each of you, as we are in the event where we are trying to get lessons from the history or understand the history from different perspective, with forward-looking approach of what we should do next, what is the lesson learned from the past? And it shouldn't be like history like super far away, even COVID-19 pandemic. What the lesson we should take to deal with current, probably like information war and or crisis that we are facing or may face in more severe form in near future. Whoever feels comfortable to answer first.
Thank you. I don't feel very comfortable. It's a difficult question, but I can immediately provide one extreme banal and trivial answer to this, and it's repeated by heads of governments repeatedly. It is unity. And this particular stage, when you're going back and seeing value-based societies which are defending existential war, and here, Neville, I fully agree. This is existential war. The question, as I said in my intervention earlier, we understood it very, very late. So basically, maybe not exactly here in the Baltics, but still I would say even here we were still considering it on a lighter manner, definitely as societies. Definitely as societies. So this is something, again, to work through and to keep unity. Those are words, but under this you have in first place business interests. And Russian was extremely well placed herself very well in corrupting by different means. It's not necessarily corrupting our business people or politicians, but corrupt mind of people as such, and whether you are in politics or you are in a business or you are just an ordinary. So this is something where we need to go, this detoxification of our societies, including not only what hopefully will happen in Russia.
Thank you. So it was unity. Who feels to continue?
If I understood this correctly, I started my intervention by talking about journalism, and I want to, probably end with it. For me, I think it's the lesson, never take the free media for granted and support independent journalism, because, the entrenchment of, let's say, Putin's regime, it started with, eradication of independent media. And then again, in Ukraine, we see, what incredibly important role independent media plays, for example, in documenting war crimes. And we cannot take it for granted. So we must support journalists in Ukraine, we must support independent Russian media, but we also must support media in our own countries, right? Never take it for granted, they need our support.
Thank you. So media, it is. Neville, go on.
I'd certainly, as a former journalist, I'd certainly endorse the idea that we should be supporting media, not just in Ukraine, but in every society in the world, and that a healthy democracy is absolutely reliant on a pluralist media landscape. Good, professional, responsible journalism, I believe, is the heartbeat of a democracy. And so I would be absolutely in line with what you say.
So journalism wins so far.
If it's professional, good, and responsible.
Okay. What I've learned since the past experience of disinformation, and I answering to this framing the name of this war, Putin or another name. I really like the name of existential war. I would not call it, or this one is perfect, because if we would call it as a, some another name, or like democracy to tyranny, the liberal democracy had some issues, crises. Maybe not so many would identify with this, but also we can put there the tyranny, democracy. I would also put there the colonial war, the imperial war, Russia. Timothy Snyder just last time wrote a very nice essay about 10 reasons why Ukraine should win this war. Because if, as Olena said, if Ukraine would win this war, there will be no war at all. Because if Russia would win this war, there will be existential threat for every other countries in this region, but maybe perhaps in other places in the world. But my experience, I would also end with what I started with these bubbles, because what I observe that tyrannies are cooperating with each other when it comes to disinformation. During the pandemic, Russia was transferring or copy-paste Chinese disinformation about pandemic, about coronavirus, about laboratories, and etc. Now what is going on when it comes to aggression, Russian aggression toward Ukraine, and especially about those laboratories, and war in Ukraine, exactly Chinese are copying what Russia is doing, what is very important, because even if we are blocking some website, RT or Sputnik, Chinese are repeating Russian propaganda, Russian narratives. And those bubbles that I didn't have an opportunity to follow, actually in other places like Asia and Africa, they are copy-pasting Russian propaganda, disinformation. We need to also be aware that we are living in some kind of bubble, European bubble. So that could be also something to learn to the future.
So burst our bubble and win the war. With that, thank you very much. Splendid panel. And I will give floor back to Gatis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear panelists. You did a really excellent job. But now, I'm honored to give floor to a member of European Parliament, reporter of the Special Committee for Foreign Interference and all democratic processes in the European Union, including disinformation. With closing remarks and with a view to the future. So, Sandra Kalniete, please. Sandra Kalniete, lūdzu, mums tas gods. Kalnietes kundze, lūdzu, šeit.
Labdien, godātie konferences dalībnieki.
Honorable participants of the conference, I must say that listening to the previous panel discussion, I had a feeling that almost everything I have written down here has already been said. And generally, I don't know how I could add to this rich conference. But, however, I am entrusted to say these concluding words. They are not going to be so much about the future as a very, very bright, nice thing, bright future, but about some things which in our digital environment we need, and digital space we would need to arrange to have a safer and more secure future. And that unfriendly countries wouldn't be able to destroy our unity with disinformation and also manipulate with Europeans' trust into democratic values. Of course, the role of disinformation in the policy of the USSR and Russia is a multi-layered topic, and it has become so significant, especially significant since the beginning of digital ages, which makes an opportunity to disseminate disinformation in a moment, reaching large numbers of people just after a few clicks. And it has never been like that before in the history. And like Mr. Krūmiņš already mentioned, European Union has recently become aware that this is a serious problem, and therefore in 2020 there was established a special committee, and I was entrusted to prepare a report with proposals what could be done to stop these opportunities of unfriendly countries to manipulate with public opinion and manipulate and also weaken the European Union. Listening to more than 150 experts, there is one conclusion that legislative process is just the initial stage, and development of technologies is so rapid that I could compare it with an attempt to drive a racing car and overtake this spaceship. So this legislators, all the attempts will be always lagging behind the practical life. I'm not only a politician, I am also a writer. I cannot be unemotional. I am emotional about what is happening in Europe, in Ukraine, and I'm repeating myself, and this geopolitical situation has changed the further activities of the European Union and also NATO. Cruel attack of Russia, which cannot be justified. Attacking them, Ukraine actually is destroying the system which was established after the World War II. So this war makes us to understand that this is absolutely necessary to protect ourselves against a threat from Russia. So therefore in NATO will be discussions about a new safety strategy to protect eastern and western borders. And strategy of cyberspace is also part of this strategy. We in Latvia are happy to see that Finland and Sweden soonly will be joining NATO, and that will increasingly also increase security. Disinformation is one of the instruments of Putin. They are manipulating Russian nation, telling them that they are super nation and so on, and that's how they are preparing also support from the community for activities in Ukraine. But also European countries have to understand that they are co-responsible, ignoring all these activities of Putin. For many years, Baltic and Eastern European countries were warning about this. After attack in Georgia in 2008, the EU and US continued relationship with Kremlin like they had never violated international rights. In 2014, after annexation of Crimea and also attacking and coming into the eastern Ukraine, there were not enough sanctions. And this impunity is one of the factors which strengthened into Putin an understanding that Western culture and countries are not agile enough, and he can start his ambitions in Ukraine. And now the European countries have understood that Putin's war machine was not started in 24th of February, but it has been in force already since the beginning of this century with a goal to destabilize us. According to experts' opinion, Kremlin spends more than 4 billion euros for propaganda a year. Some part of this money is used to work with their own citizens, but also the rest of it is also used to expand their impact, their influence. And they have implemented hybrid war with Western democracies. One of the main methods is changing the history, making stories to justify this aggressive ideology of Russia. Since Putin became to power, systematic and targeted disinformation is a tool how to ensure Kremlin's political interests. Unfortunately, in Europe, understanding about role and influence of disinformation, how Europeans are brainwashed, this understanding is too slow. The turning point could be 2015, when in European Commission there was created e-Stratcom service, where also the representative Ramon is participating here. Even though in 2021, so only in 2018, European Union also financed this service. Before that, it was financed from the budgets of the member states. Right now, in 2021, this funding has increased 10 times, but still, this is not sufficient in order to debunk and also give opposition to this hostile disinformation disseminated by Russia. Also, China and other countries have become more active. In last month, before attack, before February 24, propaganda machine of Kremlin has worked very hard to justify all the activities, sending thousands of their citizens into death. And I heard the question, how to call this? Is it Putin's war or Russians or Russia's war? I would say this is Putin's Russia's war. It is Russia that is fighting against Ukraine, and support from Russian society and only several hundreds of protesters in Russia. This proves what can be achieved with very coordinated and large-scale disinformation. Unfortunately, also Latvian government has not paid enough attention in timely basis, on a timely basis, so that there wouldn't be Russian propaganda channels available in the eastern part of Latvia. Only recently we have made a decision to stop broadcasting some very hostile Russian channels. So the first package of sanctions also included Sputnik and Russia Today channels. In package number 6, the sanctions will be also on RTR, Planet Russia 24, and TV Center. When these TV broadcasting opportunities are reducing, Russia has increased their activities in the social networking sites since February 24. In Twitter, these activities has increased by 25%. Russia is widely using its diaspora to implement their political interests. A very bright example is the monument in Pārdaugava across the river. You remember that first years after the independence of Latvia, there were no gatherings at this monument on the 9th of May. But they started to happen around the year 2000, when Putin came to power, and he made this victory of Russia in the World War II as a strategy of Kremlin to weaken the development of political nation in Latvia, and also strengthen the fifth column. And Russia has managed to create a strong diaspora, not only in the Baltic states, but also in other countries, where on the 9th of May, in other European countries, the Russian community gathered together with very aggressive slogans. So let's go to Berlin, can we repeat it? Disinformation in the mass media and social networking sites, this is only the tip on top of the iceberg. This functioning of disinformation is ensured by technologies, selling of data, and in our report, we have devoted a large part of our report to this invisible part, because there is no legislative regulation for all these things, and that opens opportunities for those hostile organizations and countries. Therefore, European Parliament made the European Commission, wants European Commission to develop an interinstitutional strategy to develop necessary legislative drafts and draft acts that would stop intervention of foreign influences in our democratic processes and also protect our citizens from manipulations. As a basis of the strategy should be an approach which is based on common understanding on risks and also involvement of public organizations and also community to stop those risks. And I will speak about the most important areas which has to be included in this strategy. First of all, we are talking about comprehensive and long-term creation of resilience. So in English, this is resilience. In Latvian, we are trying to find the correct term, how to translate it in the best way. So this resilience has to be based on the educational system. There has to be also media literacy, variety of media, and of course, independent journalism. This is a problem that has to be solved together by all European countries, and therefore, besides the national budgets, there has to be also money from the EU budget. Now about platforms. Platforms, which is the main tool, this foreign interruption and interventions happen. The basic principle, what is not allowed offline shouldn't be allowed also online. So, and that has to be implemented in all the situations related to platforms. So with EU regulation, the platforms has to be responsible for polarizing and also harmful circulation of content and using it for making money. Also, there has to be information about the black box of the algorithms. And here I get to the data market, where the responsibility of players, users in front of the law enforcement institutions is not arranged well enough. I could say that in this data market there is a Wild West situation, not the democracy or regulated situation. Therefore, there has to be limitations on amount of data platforms can store, process, and sell. This is not acceptable that any commercial company can sell anyone's, also Latvian citizens' data to another commercial company, to some weird companies, or also authoritarian regimes that use it for personally targeted dissemination of disinformation for their aims. According to experts' opinions, and right now about 5,000 legal data companies have gathered about 10,000 information points about each individual in the world. It's enough with 300 points to be able to manipulate with consciousness of people. Also, those foreign interventions become more and more complicated and sophisticated, especially using artificial intelligence. Also, so-called deep fakes are becoming more and more popular, using in compromising campaigns, also faking historic facts and situations. But the only way how to counterattack this is support the fact-checkers, journalists, also to educate society, and also to provide the apps to recognize all these fake sites. And it is important also to recognize those deep fakes and also to delete them.
So, as regards elections, this is done by hidden advertising. An important tool to improve the resilience. We have to pay attention to various hidden financing forms, and the national legislations differ, and there are various ways to use foreign investments, foreign financing. That's why EU is inviting all the member states to prohibit foreign funding for political parties and to close existing gaps allowing foreign funding to come in, both directly via various foundations and also fake donors. Anonymous donations may not be permitted above the certain limit defined by the legislation, because if there are no limits of expenses, which is still existing in several EU member states, that's a gap allowing Russia to exercise its influence. Although in Russia, this funding by third countries to political parties is prohibited and our legislation looks good, still there are gaps as confirmed by the information from the Latvian security services that there are hidden financing coming in via different donors and NGOs in order to strengthen positions of pro-Russian political parties. Now about an area which has not been analyzed a lot, it's bribing the political elite. This is done by both Russia and also China, so that the political elite capture, and they are using it for lobbying their political ideas. For decades, former officials of the EU have had good positions in the Russian energy companies, thus contributing that lots of money are going to Putin's pockets. And the dramatic dependence of several member states on Russian gas, that's the result of actions of those people. I will not touch upon Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 lobbyers, Schroeder and Lipponen, who are both well-known European politicians. But I would like to emphasize that nobody was trying to get this in order, because non-conformity to the common EU energy policies and objections of other member states did not stop Nord Stream project, which was close to being completed. The German government, also Ms. Merkel, pretended she didn't understand that this pipeline was becoming a powerful tool for Russia, and we see it clearly now during the Ukraine war. And lobbyists and the media financed by them were promoting Nord Stream as a project of economic cooperation. I should add that as the war in Ukraine broke out, almost everybody have resigned from the boards of Russian energy companies. The war in Ukraine has revealed the tragic dependence of Europe on Russian energy resources, and there are many member states where officials have received huge remuneration for this. So this kind of practice may not be allowed in any EU member state. This may not be allowed in any segment in Latvia, because we have also done our part. And that's why the EU Parliament is inviting all the member states to harmonize the so-called waiting periods for political persons after they've resigned from their positions, and also to ensure that there is an effective system forcing those officials to declare their income from other positions. Now, EU is providing a lot of humanitarian aid, a lot of other aid to Ukraine. It's also prepared to borrow money on international financial markets. But at the same time, 1 billion euro is flowing to Kremlin every day. That's the amount paid by European countries for energy resources. And as regards oil embargo, there is no agreement among member states, and there are objections by one of the member states. So this is us, Europeans, who finance Putin's war machine, because this is approximately equal to the costs Kremlin is paying for every day of the war. And that's why we insist that embargo to coal, gas, nuclear fuel is introduced as soon as possible. I'm about to conclude, and I should admit that it's not possible to describe briefly how disinformation is entangled with politics in the digital era. I succeeded at mentioning only some areas where work has to be done as soon as possible. Besides that, the European Commission's strategy should include also necessary legislation related to critical infrastructure, strategic fields, cyber resilience, and we should also promote international cooperation in the digital area. Preparing for the war in Ukraine, Russian hacker attacks in Europe, the war propaganda on social networks forced the parliament to establish a special committee. Yesterday, I was approved as a reporter of this special committee, and I will be able to participate in development of these strategies and to participate in agreeing on what legislation should be prioritized to arrange the European digital space in such a way that we restrict any interference by Russia and other unfriendly countries, their interference with their disinformation. I, as a person for whom history is among my favorite areas, I would like to mention a few words about the history and politics. We may want it, we may not want it. Those are two related areas because the history speaks about countries, about people at definite periods of time, speaks about values, speaks about conditions, and that's why every next generation comes with its own interpretation of the history from its own viewpoint. And that's why the biggest challenge always has been to find the right balance, how to study past events by looking at it from the current perspective. I think that the historians who live in democratic countries find it easier to strike this balance than those living in other countries where there is censorship and other things. The researchers living in free society, well, the only restrictions they face is how to develop their professionalism and to accumulate as much as possible knowledge. I wish the Latvian historians to never become volunteer captives of any ideology or its servants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderators, participants, listeners, all of us. Of course, team of Ministry of Justice and Commission of Counting Laws of Soviet occupation. And if I may to summarize this, what we did in the last hours in our panels and discussions in one sentence, so first thing, it's complex, and we must act and act more quickly, but in the same time act more strategically. Stand with Ukraine, stand with Western democracies, and stand with our imagined community and values. Thank you very much. Paldies visiem!